call to order the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, March 12th. We have a roll call, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Thank you. Are there any additions and corrections, County Council?
None today, thank you, Chair.
And today we have closed session items 1A through 1D. Are there any public comments? I see no one in the chambers, no one online. With that, the board will recess and to take closed session until 10:30.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. 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 Mic check. Oh, mic check, 1, 2, 3. 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 Wireless mic check. Wireless mic check.
like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
I don't have an interpreter here.
She's remote.
Oh, she's remote, okay. We have the interpretation services, please.
Regina, I see you're unmuted, but I don't hear you.
Disculpas del caso. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Regina Blanco. Voy a ser la intérprete que les va a estar acompañando. Estoy a la orden si me necesitan.
Thank you. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll have our County Counsel, Kelly Donlan, lead us. Are there any additions or corrections?
There are. There is a correction to item number 48 under the consent calendar for criminal justice. A revised board report was received. Also, there is a removal of item number 65 under the consent calendar for public works facilities and parks. Per the department's request, this item is requested to be removed from the agenda and will be brought back at a later time. And lastly, to add to the adjournments, to adjourn in memory of Brian Bajari. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. With that, we will take up the ceremonial resolutions. We have 5 of them today. 4 of them will be presented. Any move to approve from Supervisor Alejo? Second, Supervisor Lopez. First, I guess, any public comment on these? Seeing none.
I see, oh, Keith Boyd took his hand down.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes. And let's see, we said we have 4 of these here today. Supervisor Alejo, do you want to go first? Yep, you're already there. Great.
All right. Is Patsy here? Okay, let's go to another one, then we'll come back. I was looking at her, but I have bad eyesight, so I couldn't tell if she was in the room or not.
My microphone on. We have one to recognize Housing and Community Development Director, from the Housing and Community Development Director, Craig Spencer, to Fernando Vargas Romero. Mr. Spencer, do you want to take that one over?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Fernando. This is a special day for Fernando. 26 years with the county, and he is retired. And I think the county's a better place because he, or at least HUD is, because he worked here. You could see all the support from his coworkers, his family, and friends. Fernando was on our frontline staff. He was a face at our counter for nearly 20 years. And he was really dedicated to helping people through the process, mentoring some of his coworkers with all the experience he had, and pointing out things we could do better, how we could improve. And really want to thank you for that, Fernando. It's really been a pleasure working with you. And I think the county you've helped thousands of people with the county. I know that you worked at the assessor's office and other places before that, but the last about 20 years have been with HCD, and HCD's better because you worked there. And we wish you the best of luck and happy retirement. And I think Liz wants to say something as well.
So my name is Liz Gonzalez. I am the Permit Center Manager with Housing and Community Development. I've known Fernando for about 19 years, and I became a supervisor about 6 years ago. We started in planning and building inspection. He he and I have become good friends, and he shared with me that he came to this country to pursue better opportunities, and he did just that. He's held several positions and within the county, and he has been instrumental in every position that he has held. I have admired his determination to continue to grow and has shown real tenacity in achieving all of his goals. Fernando, we're truly going to miss you at the front counter. Your expertise, your friendly attitude, your connections with the public, they already miss you. And so I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart and for the Permit Center for everything that you've given to this county. I feel proud to know you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you, everybody here, my coworkers, for being here with me this day. It's very special for me. Thank you to the board for listening, my bosses, ex-bosses. And for me, it's been an honor to work here in Monterey County. Every time I did the best of me, I give the best of me all the time. I'm gonna keep in my mind all these years, all these people, all my coworkers, all the bad and good experience that I have within the county. I just wanna say thank you for supporting me for that many years, and I really appreciate all that I get from the county. And believe it, for me, it was a life change when I started working here. Coming from where I come from Mexico, I have to learn the language, the laws. I have to do so many things to improve myself, and also, I don't know you guys believe in numerology, but my number is 22. And my purpose in numerology is supposed to finding gaps. And I find a lot of gaps in the Monterey County, believe it or not. But that's good because that helped me to grow up. That helped me to be a better person. And I really love you guys. I love the county, and I love everybody. Thank you very much for all these years of work, and thank you so much again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Here, we have a resolution for you. I'll let you read it. We'll have to pose for some pictures. Good luck.
Con la familia. Yeah.
Thank you, Fernando, for your hard work and dedication.
Thank you, Fernando, for what an inspiration to you and your family. Thank you for your dedicated service to Monterey County. I now want to call up Patsy Gaska of the American Red Cross, one of our local heroes. Today, everybody, in front of our workers and our community members here of Monterey County, we are recognizing and proclaiming March 2024 as American Red Cross Month. And everybody, we know American Red Cross are heroes, but we really look to them when there's a fire. I know so many families that Patsy has helped when they've lost everything for some reason or another. Their house is on fire and they lose their belongings. Patsy and her volunteers are there helping out. During the wildfires or during the Pajaro flooding, you and your team were there. So this is recognizing those heroes who come through for our families in the time of greatest need. This resolution reads that during American Red Cross Month in March, we recognize the compassion of people in Monterey County and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in a time of crisis. This generous spirit is woven into the fabric of the community and advances the humanitarian legacy of the American Red Cross founder, Clara Barron, one of the most honored women in our country's history, who nobly dedicated herself to alleviating suffering. The contributions of local Red Cross volunteers, 134 in this county, give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours. Last year, the County of Monterey volunteers helped 53 households affected by 39 home fires by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. In addition, they installed 783 smoke alarms, collected 1,560 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training to 3,243 residents, and helped the families of 1,355 students prepare for disasters through our Pillowcase project. And they assisted 272 families of our armed forces as well. And I know Jack Murphy would appreciate that. We hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who lead with their hearts to serve the people in need, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to strengthen our community. Therefore, be resolved, the County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, hereby proclaim March 2024 as American Red Cross Month, and we encourage all our county residents to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. So with that, we want to present this recognition to Patsy, and thank you and all your amazing volunteers, and keep doing the amazing work for our communities. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, the community as well. We couldn't do it without our community. Well, all this is said, you know, every single day we meet people on their worst days. So it takes an amazing volunteer. I can't say enough of how our volunteers are amazing. I say it every single day, as no one else gets up at 1, 2 in the morning to go and rescue someone who's out on the street, on the sidewalk waiting for some help, right? Even our most affluent folks, when you're out on the street and you don't know what your next step's gonna be, it's hard. And our volunteers do it every single day. Disasters don't know 8 to 5. So we're out there ready to go. But we really appreciate the support of the community. We're always looking for volunteers. So if you're interested, please look up your Red Cross through our Monterey County Santa Cruz chapter. We're ready to take on some new volunteers because nothing better than our own community taking care of our own community, right? So I appreciate it. Also, blood donations are much appreciated. Every unit saves 3 lives. Very important. Thank you.
All right, Patsy. Take a photo. Good for her. On one side here.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are here today to honor Glenda Edwards from the County Council's office. Glenda, if you could come up here, please. So Glenda began her career initially with the County of Monterey with the purchasing department in 1998. Shortly thereafter, she moved to the DA's office and became a legal secretary. She was there for a little bit, and then she joined the office of the county council in 2002. And I think Glenda deserves a round of applause for dealing with attorneys on a daily basis since 2002. Thank you. Glenda has provided excellent support and assistance to many attorneys and county departments throughout her time with the county council's office, and she served under 5 different county councils during her time. She's gained a reputation in the county council's office as a dedicated, knowledgeable, and outstanding legal secretary. Glenda has 3 children, Christian, Tim, and Alec, and we wish Glenda nothing but the best as she moves on with her retirement to spend time with her family and enjoy a lot of other outside activities. So Glenda, we present this to you today on behalf of the Board of Supervisors for your 26 years with the county, and you will be so missed. I also want to let C say a few words.
Hi, I'm Cecilia Mediana. I'm a senior risk analyst in the Risk Management Division of County Council. Sandra Ontiveros is Glenda's supervisor, and unfortunately she can't be here today, but I have worked with Glenda for 22 years, the entire time that she has had to put up with the attorneys and survive and get through it. And Glenn and I have actually worked side by side, elbow to elbow, head to head. I was a legal secretary for years before being promoted through the ranks in the office of the county council. So we've been through a lot together. She's stellar. You know, Glenda comes in, she's that person that just emits light. Her smile is infectious, and I adore her dearly. And for those that don't know, Glenda went through something a little traumatic. She had an event in her life that caused her to be gone from work for some time. And I just want to, it just demonstrates who she is, because she went through it. It just shows her strength, her determination, her resiliency, and her dedication to the County of Monterey and to the office of the County Council, because she was on the mend and she came back and she gave us a number of more hard work and years. And we totally appreciate that, Glenda. We couldn't, ask for more than your presence and being with us. And we are going to miss you dearly, but we wish you all the best. And more importantly, thank you for your beautiful friendship and what you've given to me personally. That's most important. And we'll carry that for a lifetime. And I love you.
I miss you. Don't be sad.
All right, if County Council wants to come up really quickly, the office, we can get a quick picture. And I want to also say Susan Blitch wanted me to pass everything on that we've said here today. She's sorry she couldn't be here today.
And maybe she could say some words as well.
I'm not the public speaker. So,
Okay.
I just want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors and everybody at County Council giving me the opportunity to work for the county for all these years, and all I've learned and all the people that I've met, and I'll always remember everybody. Thank you.
What an honor to recognize longstanding county employees today. Thank you all for the work that you've given and the career that you've provided and shared with our county. So next up, we have a resolution. Let's see here, I'll pull up. Okay, so it's here. All right, I'm pleased to have Katie Castagna from United Way joining us today as we adopt a resolution recognizing March 15th, 2024 as World Consumer Rights Day and recognizing the work that United Way of Monterey County is doing to identify real cost measures in our community. Unlike official poverty measures, real cost measures reveal what it really costs to pay the bills. What we know through the real cost measures is that 1 in 3 households do not earn sufficient income to meet their basic needs, despite having 97% of those households having at least one working adult. So today we're going to recognize World Consumer Rights Day, which is a day celebrated globally on March 15th each year to promote the basic rights of all consumers and to demand that those rights are respected and protected. The theme for World Consumer Rights Day in 2024 is Fair Finance, Fair Digital Marketplace, highlighting the importance of financial inclusion and fair practices in the digital economy. We know that Monterey County residents face numerous challenges as consumers, including the ability to afford housing, health care, quality child care, and many other essential goods and services. The increasing cost of living in Monterey County poses a significant burden on low and moderate income families, especially, making it difficult to meet basic needs and achieve financial stability. Whereas the United Way of Monterey County, through its real cost measures reporting, provides valuable data and analysis on the true cost of living in Monterey County, taking into account essential expenses beyond just housing. This data then can inform advocates and policymakers so that we can take actions that promote economic justice and affordability for everyone in our community. So we're adopting this resolution today, and we're commending the United Way for Monterey County for its commitment to consumer advocacy and financial empowerment, acknowledging that the importance of access to affordable housing, to health care, to child care, and other essential goods and services are things that should be the rights of all Monterey County residents. And we're also going to take action to reaffirm the board's commitment to working towards policies that promote economic justice, reduce poverty, and ensure that all residents have the opportunity to thrive. So thank you for all the work that you're doing with United Way. So many services in partnerships with local governments to make sure that we do have opportunities for all of our community to thrive. But if you'd like to make any comments, Katie, thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. I am just thrilled to do the work that United Way does in our community and to have the partnership of the county. I think this resolution points out that we're striving for more than poverty level as our threshold. We want people to thrive, and the real cost measure is a data set and a policy basis for us to make programmatic and investment decisions. And so I just really appreciate the work that we're doing together to try and promote the financial stability of everybody here at Monterey County. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Katie. We'll take a quick picture.
With that, we will move on to appointments, and we have 8 appointments on items 7 through 14. Any public comment on these items for the appointments? Nobody in chamber, nobody online? Nobody online? Motion by Vallejo, second by Lopez. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes for the appointments. Move on to the consent calendar. Is there any items that anybody wishes to pull for discussion? Yes.
I just want to ask a question about number 66.
66. Okay. I had 2 items. One was 48, but Under Sheriff Boyd addressed my concerns on the financial part of that with the amendment, so I appreciate that, Under Sheriff. And the other one I want to pull is item 53. Before we do that, we'll see, is there any public comment on, this is for the consent calendar items, not general public comment, consent calendar. Is there anybody, no, online?
Mary Perry has her hand up.
Mary, yes.
Yeah, she's not coming.
No, okay. There is nobody online, nobody in the chambers. So Supervisor Adams, did you have?
Sorry, that was an accident. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. It's just a question, a budgeting question that I'm just unclear about what our own process is. And 66 authorizes and directs the auditor controller to amend the fiscal year 23-24 budget to increase appropriations and revenues by $413,209 in general fund for park operations appropriation financed by additional revenues received from Lake San Antonio. And so this is to do other things, my guess is. Well, what I don't understand is what is the process that we have? I don't get why doesn't this go back into the general fund to offset the cost of running that particular cost. Rather than having it be for new things, why don't we use it to back into the general fund what it costs to run it?
Supervisor Lopez, you have any?
If we remember back, we had the lakes broken out into an enterprise fund, and at that point, that money would have stayed within that unit and been committed just to fix issues at the lakes. But we did make a budget decision 4 or 5 years ago to remove this particular facility, the Lake San Antonio, from that fund. In doing so, now those dollars come back. Now, I think you and I can share it for the first time, maybe in our history in being here at Monterey County, there is this problem, and it's a great problem to have money coming back at larger revenues than were expected. And I did have a lengthy conversation with Brian Flores at Parks about what particular investments could be made back into the facility rather than pulling those funds out and sending them outward. After a lengthy back and forth, it became clear to me that it's a timing question with a couple particular needs within the Parks Department at other facilities, specifically a water tank at Toro and a few other things that need to be met. I'm told that long run, those dollars will eventually come back as those projects see returned revenue, and the focus of that money, after circulating once through other projects, will come back to key projects at the lakes. But right now, the biggest need is to finish projects which came in perhaps a little more expensive than anticipated. And so for that reason, I was willing to support it when it went through the budget committee to come to this.
It seems like the answer actually that I was looking for is that it is no longer an enterprise fund.
Correct.
Versus Laguna Seca, which is an enterprise fund.
And so is Lake Nacimiento.
And Nacimiento is as well.
Correct.
And the other parks, Toro Park?
Those are not. Those are part of general fund funded.
Okay. Thank you very much for that educational response. Thank you.
And the item I had some questions on was item 53, which is where this would be allowing the county's risk manager to have discretion to approve deviations from the county standard contract provisions and not requiring board approval for the contracts under 200,000. I had a number of questions on that. Some of them have been addressed by the county council, but I guess there's still some questions I have about the process and all. I'm not opposed to this, but I want to kind of elaborate a little bit more. So I'd like to pull it back and have it come back at a later date unless there's a real urgency to get this addressed today.
There's no urgency, Chair. This was an effort started by former County Council Les Gerard. He put this together along with the other ordinance that is on consent today, just really to streamline items. And this one in particular would give the risk manager, along with approval by the department and county council, discretion to avoid smaller contracts having to come to the board for non-standard items. And we kept it broad because you don't know factually what's going to come up with different contracts with different departments.
Sure. So again, I would just like to kind of pull it. I have some other questions. I just want to kind of get a better feel, not just on this proposal, but on our contract process going on to there. And that's personally my reason for it. So I think it'd be fine to come back in a couple of weeks if we could just, like to add this in as the amendment is just really being coming back in a couple of weeks, just pulled from today's consent. Yep. If there are no other items on this, we can put this to a vote then.
So happy to move consent less the item, what was your number, 55?
53, yeah.
Less 53.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Lopez, second by Adams, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. And with that, we will now go to general public comments. Do we have anybody in the chambers?
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Eloise Shim, and I'm a Monterey County resident and also Salinas resident. I just wanted to mention that it's the month of Ramadan, and there should be reasonable accommodation in the schools. Students should be excused from lunchtime facilities and be able to go into the library and even have the chance to take a nap at lunch break during Ramadan. They should have excused absences for religious holidays and events. Also, the Council on American and Islamic Relations has identified Islamophobic documentation circulated in the recent primary in District 26, which is Cupertino, Santa Clara, San Jose, and Sunnyvale. The documents were making negative stereotypic descriptions about both Muslims and Arabs. Hate and oppression has no place in our election process. And our Constitution guarantees religious freedom. Also, I think that the county, 70% of the country are in favor of a permanent resolution for ceasefire in Gaza. Monterey County should also declare such a resolution as San Francisco and Oakland have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments or items that are not on the agenda today from the chambers? Okay, seeing none, are there any online?
Yes, phone number ending in 705.
Yes, please, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. I would like to embellish on my insistence that cutting down eucalyptus trees in our county is a very bad idea, not only for all the life they harbor in terms of bees and birds and monarchs, but for their role in being able to keep our area clean and cool and combat climate change in our time of climate disasters, 2 of which our own county has suffered this past 2 years. Our bay is heated up from 50 degrees to 68 degrees, hottest ever recorded, and heating up the Pacific means we bring more hurricane and cyclone weather our way. Supervisor Church and Senator Laird are both responsible for the cutting down of hundreds of eucalyptus trees in our areas. These 100-year-old trees absorb 1 ton of carbon a year and breathe 260 pounds of fresh oxygen a year. I urge anyone who is honored to have a eucalyptus in their backyard to appreciate what these trees are doing for their area. Do not listen to the false claims against them that they are harming all that grows around them. Go to the eucalyptus tree and see the cypress and Monterey pine amongst them at the Naval Postgraduate School. Senator Laird has allocated $5 million to pay people to cut down their eucalyptus trees because they're non-native, a narrative invented by the chemical giant Monsanto in the 80s to promote widespread killing of non-natives with their chemical sprays. Millions of Americans are now dying of these sprays and tons are being used. Continue this onslaught. The Native Plant Society is a big user of spraying non-natives with this powerful chemicals, as was done at Elkhorn Slough to kill the eucalyptus trunks in an endangered species habitat. The onslaught continues, this horrible dialogue of non-natives bleeding into our own social structure as well. It must stop with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moffitt. Are there any other comments?
Yes, phone number ending in 070.
Yes, you have 2 minutes for items that are not on today's agenda.
Hi, my name is Brian Rosen. I'm very concerned about the so-called SURF rapid transit route, bus route. It's going to cost $79 million. It's going to take out 92 trees. It's going to replant some, but it takes a long time for a tree to grow that big and beautiful. I would like to suggest, I speak with TAMC individuals yesterday. I spoke with them. They would prefer to do a rail, but they don't have the money. If we had a rail, it would be a lot more efficient and a lot quicker. It's really not a rapid transit except for 5 miles. It's bus route number 20. It's you're going to feed into city streets. They'll try to make it as efficient as they can, but it's not. Buses get mostly low-income people. It's not going to make that much difference in traffic, I don't think. Buses aren't that attractive. Trains are. The public wants train to Monterey. You could have individual rail cars. It doesn't have to be an expensive light rail, electrified. Why not just try doing a carpool lane on the 6-lane segment adjacent to the surf proposed route for now? A carpool lane would be a lot cheaper for buses and carpools, and it made all the difference in the world in Santa Rosa. My mom and I whizzed by all the cars, and they have an even more serious traffic condition. Remember, this problem is just during peak hours. It's a lot of money. I don't think people are going to get out of their cars, no matter what, but I think a train would help more, and a carpool lane would help more, instead of having a dedicated surf a road for just MST buses that doesn't even allow other transit buses or carpools. Like Amtrak thruway buses ought to be able to use it too if they're going to create it. But it's only 5 miles, and a carpool lane along that highway. I spoke with MST representative. He said it very well might work. I don't want to give the name, but he was the main. Anyway, I think my time is up, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Thank you, though, for your comments.
I appreciate your listening. Thank you very much, though.
Are there any other commenters online? Yes, please come forward. You use the microphone right over there on the podium. Yes, that would be fine.
Yes, thank you for listening. Supervisors, my name is Sean, and I'm a resident of Monterey, and I've been living here over 10 years. And I completely agree with the comments made about keeping the eucalyptus trees. For one thing, they make the county of Monterey more beautiful. It's very welcoming when you drive down Del Monte Boulevard into Monterey and you see the beautiful little eucalyptus forest there on the right. They do many good things. They serve the purpose of decreasing sand blowing from off the dunes between the forest and the beach. They protect cars and Del Monte Boulevard from sand blowing. They also can create an additional barrier of protection if there were a tsunami. And most importantly of all, we as human beings all need oxygen to breathe. And trees, including eucalyptus trees, they absorb carbon monoxide from all vehicles, and we have more vehicles than ever on the road. And what they do is they emit oxygen, and everyone needs clean air to breathe. And by cutting trees, even one tree decreases the amount of oxygen that we have clean air to breathe. So I just like to say, we need to save the eucalyptus trees and all trees in general, because we as human beings need them to breathe clean air. So it's very important, as well as the beauty. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there anybody else online or in the chambers? Yes, do you have a comment?
Hi, Supervisors. My name is Jack Leon, and I've been a resident of Monterey County from 2003. And I also like to complain about the Eucharistic trees being cut down. Are you familiar with Senator Lard? He wants to allocate $3 million to cut down these Eucharistic trees. The monarch butterflies really need these trees for their survival. And his last name is spelled Senator L-A-I-R-I-D. I'd like to ask you a question. Are you familiar with him?
Please continue your comments.
Well, I would like to know, have you ever heard about this before? Are you familiar with the cutting down of the monarch trees? I mean, on the eucalyptic trees?
Sir, during public comment, we don't answer on questions. Just this is the first time you're up here, I want to let you know. Just say what you want to say, and
well,
this is your 2 minutes.
The trees are very beautiful, and they also have them in Marina as well. And I strongly object that they be cut down. Also, I want to say that Ramadan should not be accepted in the state of California, anywhere else in the United States, because it's a foreign celebration from other countries, And if we open the door to Ramadan, then that means that we have to open the door for every country in the entire world of people coming over here, and we just don't have room for that. So I totally object my children being exposed to Ramadan. I also want to say that as well. I also want to yes?
Your time is up. Thank you, sir, for your comments.
My time is up?
Yes, it is. You have 2 minutes, and your time is up.
2 minutes? That's all I have is 2 minutes?
That's what I stated to begin with. Yes, please sit down.
Okay.
Anybody else in the chambers or online for public comment? Then we will close public comment.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to restate that our values in Monterey County is to respect everyone's religions, everyone's faith, all backgrounds. So I just want to say that we honor and respect all faiths and celebrate religious holidays, including Ramadan as well.
And I should say we are quite familiar with Senator Laird. With that, we'll move to item 17, which is the Rural County Representatives of California Strategic Plan update.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for allowing me to join you today. My name is Pat Blacklock. I am the CEO at RCRC, as we affectionately call it, the Rural County Representatives of California. And my goal today is really to share a little bit about who we are, what we're doing, but I think more importantly, I'm hopeful I'll hear some of your questions and feedback, because it really helps to hear that, take notes on it, and then go back and talk with the team a little bit about what's happening in the county so that we can stay aligned with what's important to you. So that said, please don't hesitate to stop me anywhere along the way where you've got a question or something of interest to you. And I want to start off by thanking who I would refer to as Chair Lopez, because he's chair of RCRC, but here Vice Chair Lopez, because during his time on the board and in leadership with RCRC, we have developed and are in the process of implementing a strategic plan. And I know it's no small lift to participate in the leadership structure of the statewide organizations. So I want to thank you for that, and thank Monterey County for allowing Supervisor Lopez to be part of our leadership team. I don't think anything on this slide hopefully will be a surprise to you in terms of the areas that we're focusing on, and I know some are really critically important here, including broadband, for example. And also, I wanted to note the work that we're doing with infrastructure and economic development and grant acquisition and such, and I think a lot of those, again, are probably not a surprise to you. But I do want to call out on the right-hand side of the slide the vision that the board established for us, which is to be both the premier advocate in Sacramento and DC for rural counties, but also an innovative service provider. And it's that latter part I want to talk a little bit about as we go through the presentation as well, to give you a sense of the breadth of the organization. So RCRC itself is really the umbrella organization, and certainly at the cornerstone of what we do is advocacy. But as you can see along the bottom, we have a number of affiliate entities that have developed over the years. And you might think of us as sort of the entrepreneurial arm of rural counties. When there is a challenge too significant for a small county to grapple with and solve on their own, they come to RCRC and say, how can we collectively do this? And oftentimes we'll find a solution and may even create a new organization to do that. And so we've developed over the years an array of governmental entities, joint powers agencies, and nonprofits to do that. And today I'll share a little bit more about each of those that you see down below. But as I mentioned, advocacy has long been the cornerstone of what we do at RCRC. And again, I would hope that the topics that you see listed here don't come as a surprise. And one that I would call out at the very bottom on the left-hand side is we are now an active participant in 17 proceedings before the CPUC, or California Public Utilities Commission. I think one that's obviously getting a lot of attention right now is AT&T's request to pull back from landline service. We are an active participant in that particular proceeding, and we're one of the early entities to share concerns and opposition around that. And as a consequence have been you've featured nationally in terms of the impacts to rural communities from that proposed decision. One of the ways that we develop policy, however, is to form ad hoc committees to take a deep dive into some of the topics that are of keen interest to our board members. And this year we have two. One is looking at the Williamson Act. What should the Williamson Act look like in the future? It's well known that it hasn't been funded by the state in many, many years. Yet for many farming organizations and such, it is a key piece of how you preserve and sustain those organizations. So we're looking at what does the future look like, and we're doing that collaboratively with the board through an ad hoc committee. Similarly, we know that for rural counties, road maintenance funding in particular has been a challenge, and for many rural counties, you're seeing your pavement management index decline year over year. That's not a sustainable pathway. and it's likely to get worse as we see, I think, in 2023, almost a quarter of vehicles purchased were electric vehicles in California. So consequently, that's going to have an impact on gas tax revenue, further worsening the situation with maintenance of roads. So our board formed an ad hoc committee to look at that, to update our policy. Ultimately, that updated policy may guide us in everything from sponsored legislation to how we react to legislative proposals that are before the legislature. I was going to switch gears, talk a little bit about our affiliate entities. Again, don't hesitate to stop me if you've got a question along the way. The first one is a joint powers agency, Golden State Finance Authority. Golden State Finance Authority was really focuses in on helping people thrive in their communities by offering financing in a number of ways. If you have someone in your community that's looking to purchase a home, for example, and they qualify to make the payments, but maybe they don't have quite enough to achieve a down payment, Golden State Finance Authority can come in and provide down payment assistance either in the form of a gift or in the form of potentially a second, depending on what works best for them. And that's just one example. Energy retrofits, for example, we provide financing. For commercial businesses, we provide financing for solar energy retrofits there as well. And so you can see on the right-hand side that since 1993, about 531 individuals or families in Monterey County have taken advantage of those programs and purchased homes that might not otherwise have been able to do so. And I'll talk a little bit more in a minute about a program we have for county employees on that same venue. National Homebuyers Fund is a nonprofit that does that same work on a national level, so it allows us to learn, take what we've learned in California, the partnerships we've built with financial institutions in California, and do that on a national level. Some of the products can look a little bit different, which is why you see a few folks have used NHF, 22 individuals or families in Monterey County over the years. The program I wanted to mention, though, is that for your county employees, and I know that I think Supervisor Lopez, you've hosted a couple of webinars for county employees to learn more about this program. But one of the things our board came to us is about a year and a half ago was to say that county employee recruitment and retention was a significant challenge, and vacancy rates were up considerably where they had historically been. So our board said, is there something we can creatively do to help on that front? We looked at we could potentially provide low-cost down payment assistance to county employees to help with recruitment and retention. And since that time, this number is actually a little old. It says at the bottom that 65 employees. We're now up to 79 employees, and that rate is increasing as more and more employees become aware of it. I think you've had a couple in Monterey County take advantage of that. It says 3 here. I think you may be up to 4 now employees who have used this program. Again, it's basically a no-cost down payment assistance program for county employees. So if a county employee is ready to buy a home, they need a little help with down payment, they can get down payment assistance where it goes on as a second, but it doesn't amortize. So there's no interest associated with it, no payments due on it, and only when they sell the home would that original principal amount get repaid. But during the time that they're there, there's no cost whatsoever and no interest accrues while they're there. And so that was the program that was established to help counties with recruitment efforts. Switching gears again, Golden State Connect Authority is our newest joint powers agency, and it was formed by, again, the same 40 counties that are the backbone of RCRC. They formed Golden State Connect Authority to help bring high-speed fiber broadband to rural communities and to ensure those communities weren't left behind with the wave of funding that came at both the state level and the federal level. The state level with SB 156 and now at the federal level with the broadband investment. And Monterey County has definitely been a leader on this front, partnering with your 4 cities in the Salinas Valley to potentially put a project together and put applications forward through Golden State Connect Authority for not only the initial engineering and design, but now for the actual construction and operations. And we're hoping to hear in the next couple of months from the CPUC, who is administering those grant funds, whether those projects are going to be awarded. And it's kind of, when I talk about the entrepreneurial side of rural counties, Golden State Connect Authority didn't even exist 2 years ago. They were successful in getting, for 37 jurisdictions, local agency technical assistance grants, which are $500,000 apiece for broadband engineering. And now we have a little over $800 million in grant applications pending for construction and operations of broadband systems, including for, as I mentioned, Monterey County and that portion of the Salinas Valley. So we're excited to see these awards hopefully be awarded in the not too distant future, at which point Golden State Connect Authority will transition from a planning organization to actually owning and operating a high-speed fiber system for rural communities in California. And the model is to be publicly owned and open access, which means that We'll put the fiber in the ground, we'll maintain the fiber to the home, but it will be open to any internet service provider to actually deliver internet services to the home. The goal being to encourage competition. We've partnered with the largest publicly owned open access system in the nation, Utopia Fiber out of Utopia, so they can provide us the expertise to actually get off the ground and get the system running. Golden State Natural Resources, and I promise I just have a couple more. Golden State Natural Resources is our newest nonprofit, and it was formed out of recognition that more needed to be done if we are going to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire in our forests. And whether you're living in the forest and experiencing it, or you're experiencing the wildfire smoke emissions that have plagued California in recent years, it's a project where potentially the entirety of the state will benefit if we are successful. And really there are two goals. One is we recognize not only does the preponderance of science say there needs to be more intervention in forests, but so have our leadership at the state and federal levels, where they have set a goal of 1 million acres to be treated annually in the form of forest management to ensure forest resilience. Well, that 1 million acre goal is not being met presently. And so again, our counties came to us and said, what could we do from an entrepreneurial side to help the state and federal agencies meet their 1 million acre goal? And we really identified two areas. One is we can help the Forest Service actually get projects completed, and we're working on a 32,000 acre project with the Modoc National Forest to do that right now. And secondly, even if those projects happen, there isn't a sustainable outlet for the biomass that's produced that isn't suitable for lumber. Right now it's being burned in place in piles in the forest, and that's not a great solution, nor is it commercially viable to help sustain the cost of these projects over time. But we did find something, and that is a commodity known as industrial pellet stock. It's used as a replacement for coal, primarily overseas, to help countries like Japan and in Europe meet their sustainability goals. That demand for that product has been increasing year over year over year, and we know if we were able to turn it on in California today, the project would be in the black, and it would be able to help fund those forest health projects that I mentioned earlier. So we are just in the cusp of completing the CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act, draft environmental impact report for this project. We'll hopefully have that out in the coming months. And then ultimately, once we get to a final environmental document, then we'll be in a position to hopefully transition to bringing on a private partner and moving into actual construction and operations. So that's an exciting one for us as well. And then another joint powers agency that Monterey County is not presently part of is our Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority. This helps 27 of our counties with environmental compliance in the world of waste management. And for our smallest counties, complying with the regulations being promulgated by CalRecycle or the air quality or water quality boards can be challenging. So we provide technical support and assistance for them in terms of that compliance. And lastly, Rural Alliance Incorporated is actually been modernized. The new name at our last RA meeting, just hot off the presses, is Rural Advancement Institute. Still same acronym, but RAI is our nonprofit entity focused on education and research. And really, we are trying to complete and have completed academic research on topics of interest to rural counties, with our most recent report being around housing capacity and our rural counties getting their fair share of housing funds to create additional housing capacity. This year we're focused on EMS and fire services and looking at the challenge of declining volunteerism in those areas and increasing call volumes. And for counties that are dependent on volunteer districts, what are the options to help them on that arena? And then lastly, we have an educational tour coming up where we have invited in urban legislators to visit a recreational rural economy, in this case Mariposa County, to learn what does it look like behind the scenes for a rural county trying to support a recreational economy like that. And so we'll look at everything from their hospital to housing to forest health projects in that area during a 2-day tour. And that is a very fast summary of all that we're up to at RCRC and our affiliate entities. And again, I want to express appreciation to Monterey County and to Vice Chair Lopez for being a very active, engaged member of our leadership team. We appreciate that. And with that, I'll stop and see what questions or feedback you may have for me.
Sure. Thank you for this. This is not an action item. So I think first I'm just going to, before I go to the board, just see if there's anybody in the public that wants to comment on this. Anybody in the chambers? I see no one. Online? No one. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, sir, for your great presentation. And as an executive member of CSAC, I want to acknowledge RCRC as being one of our really important sister organizations representing counties. And often on many issues, it's RCRC and CSAC that are working hand in hand other associations as well that represent local governments, urban counties. But I think this year, more than ever, there needs to be more collaboration because we are facing a very drastic, severe budget deficit. When I was first elected to the State Assembly, my first fiscal year was 2011, and that was a $26 billion deficit, and that was very difficult. But now we're looking at something 3 times that. So I just want to acknowledge the leadership of RCRC, and I want to thank our colleague, acknowledge his leadership, Chris Lopez, for elevating to become chair of RCRC. But I did want to just express it here to our communities. These associations speak up for small businesses and residents in all all the member counties. So I want to thank you for that. It's really great to see how the down payment assistance program is working. To have, I think you said 79 already. That's 79 families that otherwise probably it wouldn't be feasible. And this is, I think, one of the best things that Chris announced when we did become part of RCRC. I think the workshops were attended by hundreds of our county employees. Could you just explain how the down payment program works? What's the interest rate on it? And what is the medium or what's the maximum down payment that an employee can utilize under this program?
Sure. Well, the short answer is that there is no interest on the down payment assistance portion itself, and that's part of what the Golden State Finance Authority Board wanted to invest in terms of recruitment and retention for county employees. So if a county employee goes to buy a home and they're talking to the realtor or the lender, hopefully that lender or realtor is aware of these programs. If not, we can make those connections, so let us know and we will do that. But once that connection is made, then they can identify, they'll look at the primary market in terms of their first, and that's the interest on that first is going to be market driven. But for the down payment assistance that we'll bring in, which can go up to 5.5%, there isn't going to be interest on that. So hopefully that answers that question. I do want to amplify your point about CSAC. We work really hard to be complementary, and I want to compliment CSAC and leadership team. For example, they've been participating in our ad hoc committees in the past so that we're staying very aligned as we move forward. And I think the goal that Graham and I would have, and we meet monthly as well, is really for both of us to be a force multiplier to the other. If we're working in a complementary way, then all ships rise in terms of counties, and that's really the goal in terms of that partnership. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And just on what's the maximum that somebody could get under the down payment?
It's the FHA limit, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. It just got raised, so I don't know exactly what it is for Monterey County, but we can get that information and send it back to you.
Okay. And then the other thing I wanted to compliment was just on your work on broadband, right? Because I think RCRC, I think the Golden State Connect Authority has been one of the leaders, especially in the rural areas, where I think the greatest need is. And I think the example that with the JPA that Chris established with the 4 South County cities and the County of Monterey, I think it's one of the first in the state, but I know it wouldn't have been possible without the technical support of RCRC guiding us through. And we hope that at the end of the day, that's a success story of a story about small, rural, working class, agricultural, farm worker, mostly Latino communities being able, because of this focus and collaboration, that we're able to have a success story happen here in Monterey County. And it wouldn't be possible without our local leadership, but certainly RCRC. And I just wanted to acknowledge that's another benefit, just in the few years that we've been a member, to see that work take place here in our county because of the vision that Chris brought to become a member of RCRC. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor, for that. We know in the most recent round of funding for construction of high-speed internet broadband, there are a number of counties where there would not have been a single application put forward for the entire county, particularly the rural areas within them, had we not submitted one. We're the only one. And so, and even in the areas where there are other applications, our initial analysis shows that we would serve more homes for a lower cost as a result of the proposals we're putting forward. So hopefully at the end of the day, that means where we are awarded funds, we're actually going to cover more homes, reach more homes or more communities than would otherwise have been met. So thank you for that.
It's excellent. Thank you.
Any other Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your coming here. I enjoyed meeting you when I came to Chris's swearing in up in Sacramento. I really appreciate the work that RCRC does. To me, it's just a little bit more manageable size. Therefore, I think in many ways extremely effective. I want to especially applaud you, though, on the work that you're doing with the CPUC. I feel that there are many of us in the smaller counties, that really feel like we are just, held by the throat by the things that they do with AT&T, with other things, with the water utility that we have here. And I enjoyed very much a conversation that I had with your staff person who's dealing with the CPUC and thought, okay, this is a good thing. So I thank you very much for the leadership that you're providing in that regard. The only thing I wanted to ask you was, can you just tell me which are the 4 counties that I think you said are on the broadband program right now? I think you said that there were 4.
I think there are 4 that we were the sole applicant, but we actually applied on behalf of, I want to say, 39 jurisdictions, if I'm remembering correctly. It's somewhere in the high 30s in terms of the total number of applications. All 40 of our member counties are members of Golden State Connect Authority. All 40 chose to be part of that Joint Powers Agency.
Right.
So I don't know if that answers that question. And I do want to, affirm what you just said about the CPUC. As you probably know, the CPUC can be a bit Byzantine in terms of how you participate in their proceedings. And we've really developed a niche of being able to do that, which is why we have our active participants in 17 different proceedings. Some organizations, some counties, for example, are trying to do that, and they're hiring outside attorneys or law firms in bigger counties in order to be able to participate at the CPUC level. And so we're able to do that on behalf of our small counties, and not just participate in the proceedings, but I think Commissioner Houck, if I remember right, visited Monterey County at one point. So we're hopefully building relationships to help familiarize them as well with some of the rural interests and needs that are out there. So thank you for that.
In fact, we all are on the same page. In the rural counties, people don't think of us as such a rural county, but the carrier of last resort is such a really important issue for many people in my own district, in the Big Sur area and out in the Carmel Valley. So I'm personally very thankful for the work that you're doing on that.
That one's definitely a top priority right now.
It's good. Thank you so much. You've got good leadership over on this side.
Absolutely.
So looking at the FHA limits, it looks like it's 920 on the high balance and 766 on the low balance.
I think it's the 766. That sounds right. Thank you for that.
Yeah, so 7066 is a loan amount would be the limit on the question for the assistance. But thank you, Pat, for coming down and sharing what we're doing. I know there's so much more that we're not able to talk, what we can talk about, but not able to touch in such a high-level presentation, specifically the work on the federal side as well, Farm Bill, which I know is so important to our families. Most people think, oh, it's just about ag, but it's about SNAP and the food assistance programs that so many families are reliant upon, that were a key part of that conversation, as that has been delayed back in DC. But the work that we do there touches so many people, and often they're the folks, as we're used to in our work, that don't have the opportunity to show up to meetings and advocate. And I think that, to me, is the real meaningful part of the work we're able to do together at RCRC. So I want to thank my colleagues for giving me the opportunity to serve and spend that time working on leadership at RCRC, both here in Sacramento and back in DC. But I also want to thank my wife. After this meeting, I'll be driving up to Sacramento for our RCRC meeting tomorrow, and she puts up with it. So if you're watching, honey, thank you. But big picture, the pieces that we're doing are going to touch a lot of lives, and I'm hoping, much like CCCE, which is the Central Coast 3CE now, the Community Energy Project. I'm hoping that we take the wins from Golden State Connect in this project that we're starting and grow so quickly that we're able to encompass more parts of California which don't feel seen, heard, or connected. And it has been repeated so many times by many of my colleagues at RCRC. Internet now is like electricity was back in the 20s and 30s. Everybody deserves access, and everybody will have it. We just have to put in the work to get it there, and I think we're doing that work. And I'm just so proud to be a part of it. So thank you for your work, Pat, and for being here today to help us lead those different efforts.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I had a few questions. I'm actually the alternate to RCRC, but unfortunately I don't get to attend very many meetings because the primary appointee never seems to miss them, and I don't think that's going to happen this year. Yeah. So, Supervisor Alejo was referring to this assistance program for employees, but I thought I heard you reference that there's a broader program.
Yes. So anyone in the community, for example, can take part of or use the down payment assistance programs that both Golden State Finance Authority and National Home Buyers Fund offer. And there are an array of them. So it depends on your occupation. It depends on what type of down payment assistance you're looking for. We have, I think, over 70 financial firms we partner with just in California alone on this. And that's why I say there's an array of different products available depending on what your particular needs are. The goal at the end of the day is to help people purchase homes, because we know that their financial prosperity and their stability, there's considerable research on it that shows that it's improved through home ownership. So that's what drives GSFA, is people being able to thrive in their communities, and the way in which we are able to help is through down payment assistance and home ownership. If you feel like we could help get the word out better here, for example, at a Realtors Association meeting or something like that, we're always happy to do that. Just send me an email. We'll get you connected, and we'll make sure someone is there to participate in a webinar, or even come down to, like I say, a Realtors meeting, a Chamber of Commerce, whatever's the right venue to have those conversations and help get the word out.
And those would be basically the same terms as
Not quite as good of terms as the county employee program. There would be, for example, there is amortizing interest in some of those products. Some of them are gifts. It just depends on where, if they're in the home for 5 years, it goes away at that point. There are different options depending on what they're looking for, the amount of down payment assistance they're looking for. The general theory for all of them is the same. You've qualified for the loan, but maybe you don't have quite enough for the down payment. We can come in and provide those funds for the down payment, whether it's a second, whether it's a gift, whether it's 5.5%, 3.5%, 15 years, 30 years. Those are sort of the array of options you'd want to talk through with your lender, and hopefully we have something within that menu of products that works well for you.
Yeah, well, it sounds like a very good programs there. Thank you on to that. And the other item I wanted to discuss was the industrial pellets that you're planning there, which sounds like a great idea. Obviously, from the tremendous amount of wildfires we've had, and just managing the forests leaves a great deal of biomass, as you pointed out. And burning it is contrary to every effort we're trying to do on climate change, and recycling them this way in place of a higher pollutant such as coal is a win-win all the way across. I guess I'm wanted to see what the question was. You were saying this eventually will, you think, generate money, a surplus, so it could be useful in helping to manage the forests?
Yeah, the goal is, if in fact, Secretary at our recent board meeting, and he used the term, we need to find a commercially viable method for forest management. And the reason he's saying that is there's a lot of one-time money available right now to fund these forest intervention, forest health projects, which are generally thinning is the way to think of them. But it's one time. It's not going to be sustained. So we need to find a commercial outlet that will be viable to help sustain that maintenance going forward. As we sit here today, if we have two pellet plants that are part of the project. If they were up and running and selling pellets, we could reinvest the proceeds, just as you just described, into helping fund the forest health projects, and it could be a symbiotic circle in terms of being able to fund and produce the product. And one thing I'll mention too is that we're partnering with a private firm, and we have an initial partnership where the long term is to look at green energy production in California using the pellets and using bioenergy carbon capture system, or BECCS, which means we would capture the carbon, sequester it, and it would be a carbon negative loop as a result of that. So not only would we have healthier forests, but we'd be producing green power for California, and it would be carbon negative in the end. And the UK is piloting a project on that right now. We're partnering with the same firm that the United Kingdom government's partnering with on it. So hopefully short term, yeah, shipping overseas, but potentially long term, it could be used in California and be carbon negative.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Well, forests aren't going to stop growing, so the maintenance needs to be there. When are these pellet I don't want to say factories or whatever, facilities, when are they planned to start producing, and when is there any plan about when it's going to be running a surplus? We'll start to have that kind of money?
Well, in theory, we could be going into construction in 2025, but here's what I'm saying in theory. We will have the draft DIR ready in the next couple of months, and it will be out for review. And it's a big EIR because it's going to cover the actual projects we'll be doing in the forest within about a 100-mile radius of those two sites. So I can go back and show you that. So on the map, it'll cover the forest work around the two sites. It will cover the actual pellet production at the two sites. It will cover the transport by rail to the Port of Stockton and ultimately shipping from the Port of Stockton out through the bay. So it's a big project that's encompassed by that EIR, which means there'll be a lot of comments. We'll go through a lot of, and hopefully some of them will be very meaningful, and we will, as a result, do some additional work to get to the final EIR. Hopefully have a final EIR by late 2024, mid-2020 to late 2024. We are simultaneously processing our entitlements with Lassen and Tuolumne County. So in theory, late 2024, we could have both a certified EIR and the entitlements complete. At that point, we would move into, we can't do this project on our own. We need a private partner, and we need a private partner both for operational expertise and also for equity investment. We can issue bonds for a sizable chunk of the project, along the lines of the recycling you just mentioned, but we need a private partner for equity. So that's going to take some time. Once those steps are done and we have that private partnership in place following entitlement and CEQA, which looks like it could be sometime in 2025, then we'd be in a position of, okay, lining out a construction schedule, going out and getting the bonds, all that sort of work done. All that is to say, 2025 for construction might be a little optimistic. It might be a little bit after that.
And I assume these pellets will work with eucalyptus too.
That's a good question. We're primarily focused on pine, but we can take a look at that. Thank you.
Or Eucharistic, can we try those?
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And with that, we will recess for lunch, and we're going to return at not our usual time, but at 2 o'clock because we have a lengthier closed session.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. 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 Stop mic check.
Want me to do this one when you're ready? Clerk's mic.
That one's good. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Yeah, it's working.
Mic check, mic check. Good?
quorum, so. I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors here. We have a roll call, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Askew joining us shortly.
And Alejo.
And Alejo, sorry, they sit behind me.
The first item up today is item 18, this afternoon, I should say. It's to receive the Monterey County financial forecast for the next 3 years. It's all yours, Mr. Vega.
I'm not sure which mic. I think it's this one. All right. I'm on this mic. All right. Sounds good. So thank you, board members, members of the public. As indicated, my name is Ezequiel Vega. I'm the Assistant County Administrative Officer. And today we'll be presenting the 3-year forecast, giving us an overview of the current status for the current fiscal year, and also what an early indicator are what we are potentially facing for fiscal year 24-25 in the form of the budget. First of all, I would like to thank all the departments for all the work that they have done to this point, all the information that they have provided to get us to be able to provide these reports to you. Also, the budget analysts that work with their departments to ensure that the information is presented in a format that is easier to understand and easier to see for the public. So with that, I'll move on directly into the presentation itself. The order of the presentation today will be looking at the general fund. We'll be looking at the year estimate and forecast overview, revenue trends, and also some expenditure trends and cost drivers. After that, we'll be looking at other funds, and then we will be looking at next steps based on the information that we received today. So today, the summary of this presentation could be encapsulated in a couple of sentences, which in essence looks at the county being financially responsible over the last few fiscal years with solid financial policies that have enabled us as an organization to be able to provide services to the community. Unfortunately, the expenses are growing at a faster pace than revenues are, even though both of them are growing. So with that, that's pretty much the summary of it, and then we'll go into the actual details as to what this means. So for the current fiscal year, we are projecting that we will have revenues exceeding expenditures. We will be adding to the fund balance of approximately $11 million at the end of the fiscal year. But when we look at the projections for the next couple of fiscal years, is that we are projecting a deficit of $26 million, $37 and $40 million respectively on the 3 years in the forecast. And that takes into account adjustment for salary savings of approximately $6.6 million for each of those years. So if those salary savings were not taken into account, the deficit could be significantly larger. Obviously, this presents information that from the departments that they were gathering as of December of last calendar year. So more updated information will be provided to us as soon as the departments complete their submission of the baseline budgets. We have received most of those from most departments, and we're working back and forth with them on certain corrections or some refinements on their submissions. So once we have that information, we'll be presenting that to the Board of Supervisors during the April 2nd budget workshop that will happen in a few weeks from now. So the good news is that preliminary data shows that the deficit that we were projecting for fiscal year 24-25 looks a little better than what you see here. So the deficit is not going to be as significant in the general fund as initially projected, but there's still a deficit nonetheless. So we'll have to come up with the strategies to ensure that we address the deficit going forward. So going directly into the revenue trends for the general fund, you will see that revenues continue to grow as indicated before, but we're going to be losing some of the one-time revenues that the county had received over the last few fiscal years in the forms of ARPA and CARE revenues, and mostly ARPA for the last few fiscal years. So that's why you see some decrease from the current year estimate 23-24 into 24-25. This is a little more evident when you look at this chart here, where you see some of the ARPA revenue that was received the last fiscal year, some of the one that is programmed for the current fiscal year, and then going into next fiscal year, you see that reduction. So when you look at the blue portion of this chart, on the bar, you see that we're projecting about $300 million in discretionary revenue. For the current year, that grows to about $306 million the following year, all the way to $320 million for the following fiscal years. That growth overall is mostly driven by the growth on property tax that has continued to increase in this county. And as you can see on the low end on this trend that you see on the chart, we had approximately $169 million that we received in that fiscal year. For the current year, we are projecting $220 million. That's almost $60 million increase from that year until the current fiscal year. And then we are projecting that to grow into 24-25 all the way to 26-27. Part of this overall revenue growth trend for the county, also an important revenue source, is the transient occupancy tax, or most commonly known as TOT. You see that we had some challenges on this revenue through the pandemic, but then it rebounded significantly as the pandemic was over in fiscal year 21-22. And then we saw a decrease into fiscal year 22-23. And that decrease had to do mostly because of the challenges that the county had to face in the form of the emergency responses to the storms in January and March of 2023. We are projecting that from that number, and based on the current information that we have in our system, that will grow approximately 400,000 from last year to this year, and then we are projecting a moderate increase into the next fiscal years as well. Obviously, this could change depending on what happens with if we have any more emergencies that we have to respond to, whether you continue seeing individuals coming to our county, spending their dollars here, staying overnight. And this particular revenue source is volatile in nature, so we have to continue to monitor that, because if something happens in the economy, and as you can see at the state level, we're projecting a significant deficit in excess of $70 billion, then that could potentially also impact our county significantly, and also could start impacting consumer confidence. So if those consumers start seeing that they should be more cautious, they're not going to be traveling as much, staying overnight, and this revenue could suffer. So we have to be very cautious with this revenue source and make sure that we monitor it closely, and we are being very conservative on the projection of these revenues. In addition to that, another revenue that also is important to the county is the cannabis revenue. Over time had grown to a high of about $20 million. We're projecting that revenue will be about $4 million into the projection years. But that industry is still in flux. There are a lot of changes, a lot of unknowns in the industry. So we have to continue to monitor that, because there are some operators that are getting out of the industry. There are new players that are trying to get in. So we need to be very cautious as well with that, because as we have seen, it has fluctuated significantly from the inception until where we are now. So, but given the levels of revenue that we're projecting for next fiscal year, the program should be self-sustaining at this level of revenue and the cost that we are projecting into next fiscal year. Another important source of revenue that we alluded to earlier in the presentation is the ARPA revenue. Obviously, I don't think that anyone can read that table with all those numbers in there. It's just too small, too much information there. But the bottom line on this, what I wanted to focus your attention to, is that the county received approximately $84.3 million, and the county has allocated $83.4, which is about $900,000 in dollars that will be available, that were previously allocated, but they were not spent by some departments as of the last reporting period. So some of those dollars have been requested to the budget committee recently by some departments. So we estimate that we have about $800,000 left. So we will be bringing a report along with the recommended budget on how to use those $800,000, so the board could look at a comprehensive view of the overall needs and how to best allocate those funds. We have to keep in mind that revenue source has to be used by the end of December of this calendar year. So whatever recommendations come forward to the board, we'll keep that in mind to ensure that we are able to spend those dollars, and the community gets the full benefit of those dollars that have been earmarked for the county. As I have mentioned before, expenditures continue to grow, and they continue to grow at a faster pace than revenues. So one of those big components as to the reason why you could see that the overall general fund expenditure trend continues to grow from a low point of $626 million in 1819 to the current projected $838 million in the current fiscal year, and that is projected to grow to $864 million the next year, and then about $900 million the following year. A lot of that is associated with the growth in total positions to provide services in the community. You can see that you see some growth periods, some decreased periods throughout the budget, but for the current fiscal year, we have reached a high of 3,576 FTEs. So at some point, when positions keeps growing and also the salaries associated with those positions and associated benefits keeps growing, it is harder to be able to continue to provide the same level of service to the community, given that those costs continue to go up. And those costs continue to go up for many different reasons. Some of them have to do with the labor negotiated increases, also because of the great work that has been done by the Human Resources Department over the last few years on doing wage analysis studies, where we're bringing those in the counties employ on their study for those classifications so that they will be brought into par with some of the comparable agencies that were making significantly more for the similar type of work that they were performing. So those type of studies are in alignment with the compensation philosophy that the Board of Supervisors approved. And even though they have done excellent work, that also creates significant challenges on continuing to balance the revenues and the expenses on a long period of time. So those are some of the cost pressures that continue to create those challenges for us. In addition to that, even though you see these salaries at the level that are being projected right now, these salaries do not account for any potential increases that could potentially be negotiated as part of the negotiation process. We know that the negotiation process is just beginning for the contract that is expiring at the end of this year, and the HR team is going to continue working with the labor groups to continue to negotiate with them. And if there is any type of potential increase, then these estimates in total salaries will go up. In addition to those salaries, another significant cost driver that has impacted the general fund is related to the cost of health insurance. The health insurance costs have increased significantly over the last few fiscal years, and this is not a phenomenon that is exclusive to the county. This is true for the entire nation, the entire state, and many other jurisdictions throughout the state as well. But you can see a significant cost increase over the last couple of fiscal years in this county in particular, because some of the changes that happened with the CalPERS insurance offerings, where they eliminated a couple of the lower cost plans that have been offered in the past, consolidated and created some higher plans that were offered to employers. In addition to that, in the middle of negotiations with the labor groups, the county took on a larger portion of the overall cost increases. So that created this steep increase on health insurance premiums for the county. And you could see that very evident on the growth that you see from fiscal year 22-23 to 23-24 forward. But the good news is that if the county continues to maintain a similar type of structure on the cost sharing with the labor groups as it was originally negotiated during the last labor negotiations, that the county should see some stabilization of those costs. Another element of cost that is creating this imbalance between revenues and expenditures is the ongoing increase on costs in the workers' compensation and general liability programs. You'll see a similar type of trend that you saw in some of the previous cost drivers, where those costs continue to increase. And as we implement solutions to be able to balance the budget over the next fiscal year, we will be looking at all the different cost drivers to see how we could potentially impact the reduction in costs on these different areas. In addition to that, another cost driver that we have seen impacting the county is the contributions to outside agencies. And as you can see in this table, one of those significant cost drivers from the current fiscal year into next fiscal year is an increase from $16.9 million to about $23 million. Part of that has to do with the board's direction to provide 26% of transient occupancy taxes to the road fund. That creates an increase of approximately $3.8 million from the current year's funding. Also, restoring the formula approach to the contribution to the DSAs. That's about a $0.8 million increase. And then the increased contributions to the fire agencies and other agencies that share in the Prop 172 revenue for the county. So all of those factors combined account for also a significant increase that for funds that are used for outside agencies in the community and that diminishes the county's ability to provide internal services with staffing. So to give you an idea of the comparison from last fiscal year to current fiscal year, to specifically some of those outside agencies and some of the funding that they're getting, this is not including the road fund and also the outside agencies for Prop 172. I think this was in response to a request from the Budget Committee that they wanted to see a little more of the organizations that were getting some of the county funding, not only focusing on the DSAs, but also looking at other agencies that may be getting funding over the last few fiscal years. So for the current fiscal year, you see the list of all these organizations that are getting some funding for the county. Some of those are not really discretionary, are some that we have to provide funding. Some of them are discretionary in nature as well. But as you can see at the bottom of this table, the DSAs are getting currently about $2.7 million. That will grow to approximately $3.5 million under the new direction by the board. And then there will still be potential needs that will be coming as part of the budget process on those that you see that are receiving some funding this year and are not projected to receive any funding in the next fiscal year. So if these agencies that are shown on this table receive funding into the next fiscal year in similar figures as they are receiving in the current fiscal year, then the overall deficit could potentially grow for next fiscal year as well. In addition to everything that we have discussed, also pension cost continues to be a significant portion of the cost for the county. And as you can see on this chart in front of you, the yellow bars represent the unfunded accrued liability that continue to represent a higher portion of the overall cost for the general fund. And that is actually even more evident when you look at the next slide, when you look at the overall unfunded liabilities that continue to apply pressure on the county's resources. That unfunded liability has grown and fluctuated over the last few fiscal years from $724 million in 1818 to a low of $505 million in 21-22, and then grew significantly to $866 million the following year. And a lot of this fluctuation on this unfunded liability has to do with market forces, where the CalPERS pension plan invests these funds into the market, and depending on the rate of return that they get, then they may have a good year and be able to say, you know what, your liability for providing pension obligations or pension cost is lower or is higher, depending on that rate of return that they receive. In addition to that, as a population overall, we have been living longer. So as we live longer, that also creates significant higher cost for the pension plan itself. So overall, I think that, as you can see, if you were to compare the 22-23 figure on unfunded liabilities, that $866 million, when you compare that to the general fund annual budget, if we were to stop services altogether in 1 year, not provide any services, and just use the general fund dollars to pay the unfunded liability, we will barely be able to pay that unfunded liability in 1 year, but that will mean shutting down the government for 1 year, which is unrealistic. I'm just giving you that as an example so that you see the magnitude of the overall unfunded liability. So it is important as any organization to manage your unfunded liabilities over time. So I think this board understands that and has created a strong reserves to be able to respond to emergencies, for example. Also established a 115 pension trust to be able to respond to the paying down of those unfunded liabilities. Another important financial elements that are incorporated as part of the financial policies that are attached to this report as well. So all of those financial policies that have been implemented by the board continue to be important to make sure that we continue the implementation of those policies and maybe modify them in some ways to adapt to the ongoing needs of the county. But I think that is something that is important to continue keeping an eye on, making sure that those policies that have been established over time to make this a strong financial organization, that we continue supporting those policies and maybe making slight modifications to ensure that we adapt with the times. But I think that this board has been making those important decisions over time, and I think that it is important to continue making those decisions even in the face of difficult budgetary times. In addition to what I had mentioned before on the cost pressures, we are going to continue to see, unfortunately, probably different storm events, different emergencies that we're going to have to face. We don't know what the overall potential impact may be. I know that we did phase one during the current fiscal year. We don't know what the overall estimated amount is, but last time that we did face those significant storms in January and March, the overall contribution from the strategic reserve was over $50 million. Because of the good management of many different departments and also the good direction of the Board of Supervisors, we were able to restore that reserve, not to the full level that where we were before, but we were able to put back a significant dollar amount into that reserve. And actually that is very evident on this chart that you see here, where at the end of fiscal year 21-22, we had about $79 million in the strategic reserves. And then after we used about $50 million for that fiscal year 22-23 to respond to those emergencies. But then since we had good results at the end of that year, we put back about $36 million. So you see that difference between the 79 and the 63. That was the true use of that strategic reserve at that year. So in addition to that, I think that, as I had mentioned to you before, we are going to be facing, and we have been preparing as a county for a deficit going into fiscal year 24-25. And the very second slide of the presentation today, we were projecting a deficit of approximately $26.3 million or so as a deficit for next fiscal year. Based on more current information that we have received as part of the baseline reports, it looks like the departments have been very diligent on managing their budgets, keeping vacancies where needed, and planning accordingly for the reduction on overall services. So that deficit appears to be a lot less than the $26.3 million that we were projecting. But even with all of that, we're still projecting a deficit into next fiscal year. So this is the reason why I have this option for you, so that we can start thinking in the long term. There is nothing for you to make a decision today about these strategies, but there's something that we need to start thinking as a county, as an organization, to be able to sustain in the long run the overall valuable services that are provided to the community. So I'm not going to elaborate a lot on this, but in essence, we have two different options. Looking at revenue enhancements for the county, or also we could be looking at decreasing expenditures to make sure that we continue to balance our budget. Some of the potential revenue enhancements options are there for you to look at, maybe sales tax, maybe in the form of the utility user tax ordinance to be able to bring more revenue, maybe looking differently at the development set aside on how they are funded currently. As you had seen in the previous slides, we currently provide about $3.5 million from county funds to these organizations. And there could potentially be a win-win situation on that instance, where if there's a Monterey County Tourism Improvement District that is currently in existence and that is modified to include all the different potentially hotels in the county and establish a rate of tax that the tourists that will come to the county will pay, they could potentially pay for the same dollar amount that they're getting right now, the DSAs, and then we will free up county resources to continue to provide services. So I think that could be a potential solution into the future. It's not something that is going to happen overnight. It will require for us to talk to our partners at the DSAs and all the community members to ensure that this is something that could be feasible. I have not communicated this with them. I have not made any attempts to bring this idea forward with them, but this is just a preliminary idea that I'm bringing forward to all of you to make sure that it is there as an option, just like any other revenue enhancement measure. So with that, I'll go into the next slide. So departments overall are projected to perform for the current fiscal year within their budgets, with some exceptions noted here on the slide. If you look at the health department, for example, they are projecting a deficit of over $3.3 million, but they're going to self-fund that deficit with some of the funding that they will receive internally from some of their trust funds and other restricted revenue, so that deficit will be eliminated. Public Works is also projecting a deficit of approximately $1.8 million, but that has to do with the continuous response to those projects that were approved by the Board of Supervisors to respond to their emergencies, and they haven't completed those. They brought a different action to the Board of Supervisors to approve some carryover funding from the original dollars that were approved, and that will take care of that deficit as well. And then the Sheriff's Department is projecting a deficit of approximately $700,000, and then also Social Services is projecting a deficit. In general, other funds throughout the county are also projecting that they will be doing well by the end of this fiscal year, and also they're projecting some potential reduction in their fund balance into the next fiscal years, but nothing that will bring them into concerning territory at this point. The road fund in particular wanted to highlight that they are planning to start implementing the payment index management program. So that's why you see a reduction into the available fund balance into the next fiscal year and into the out years as well, even projecting potentially some negative fund balance. But the department will manage their overall projects to ensure that this doesn't occur, and they actually start implementing those programs that are important to the Board of Supervisors. As previously directed by the board, this is something that is important to improve some of these roads, and the Department of Public Works has begun that work already. And we will continue to work with them to ensure that those important projects into the Road for Now program also into fiscal year 24-25. Behavioral health offers a similar type of trend where they have healthy fund balances, but those are projected to be reduced over the next few fiscal years, especially in light of some of the initiatives at the state level that are projecting the redirection of some of the local funds into the state level as well. Overall, this is where we are currently as part of the overall forecast for the county and current year estimate. So the next steps at this point will be that we will be reviewing the information that departments have submitted to us for the baseline budget. We will be working with the departments and communicating in the form of also a budget workshop that we will have with the department directors at the end of March. Then after that, we will be coming to the Board of Supervisors and presenting a budget workshop of preliminary results for the baseline budget and any shortfalls in funding that we identify for the next fiscal year. And then at the end of May, we will have budget hearings where the board will provide a specific direction as to what steps to take to balance the budget. Our office will be presenting a recommended budget with a balanced budget by the end of May, and the board may make additional changes to that at that point during the budget hearings. And then whatever changes happen during the budget hearing will be reflected in direction by the board, and then we will bring an adopted budget at the end of June for adoption. Also, in the middle of all of this, we will be having some community meetings at the district level so that we will inform the public about where we are in the budget process, how they could get involved, and then so that they also have a better understanding on how they could be involved and active in the overall county budgeting process. So with that, this concludes my presentation, and I'll be open for any questions you may have.
Since this is a presentation, not necessarily any action in here, I think I'll go out to the public first to see if there's anybody in the chambers that has any comments. Seeing nobody. Anybody online? Nobody online, so back here to the board. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. And I know we're going to have further discussion at the Budget Town Hall next month, but I think this kind of helps us alert the public, alert our county employees, the community, that the budget situation this year is very different than other years. And I also wanted to put it in the context that we do not know yet we do not have yet an accurate picture of what the state deficit might mean to county funding streams. There's already proposals to cut several programs through our Department of Social Services, which would mean further cuts or reductions to services to the community, maybe employees. We don't know yet. But this year's state budget is the worst that it's ever been, and the highest deficit potentially up to $73 billion. So I want to put that in context. But in terms of moving forward, though, I think it's important on any of these strategies to meet with our collective bargaining units on any potential impacts. The sooner, the better, and having those conversations. And certainly on some of our potential revenue, new revenue strategies, we have to certainly reach out to stakeholders, because any of those would have to be successful, would have to build consensus, agreement, and hopefully support for any of those changes. But we're at a point that we have to carefully study those, and that's why I hope in April you might give us some more details under each of those potential options. The only one I wanted to mention today was the sales tax, because Santa Cruz County, with the support of different community groups, different special districts, the labor unions, SEIU, NUHW, other unions supported that. And that was only, I think, a very small amount. I think ours is the lowest out of all the local governments. Our sales tax is at 7.75. And you gave the range, the lowest or the highest. And the highest is not really politically feasible because the voters would say no if you go too high, but if you go a 3/4 cents sales tax, it would only generate 1.5 million, a relatively small amount when you look at our budget, but nonetheless, we have to keep up on the sales tax, and then potentially in 4 years from now, at the next presidential election, raise it some more, where you have the good voter turnout. But those are conversations for another day, but I thought because other counties are keeping up, and with their other cities, we just haven't done that, and I think we need to look at potentially doing that for November, when we do expect a higher turnout at the end of this year. But overall, I think these are challenging times, and I want to just express, I think this is going to be a real challenge compared to my last 7 years on this board of supervisors. I really want to minimize the impact to our county employees, because they have real lives. They're paying bills and they're providing for their families, and I know we will have a closer look at potential, if we have to look at any potential layoffs. Right? Nobody ever wanted to talk about that, but I think the sooner, the better, talking to our collective bargaining units. But I just want to make sure we minimize the impact to our county family employees. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. But I appreciate the honest and frank outlook, but there's some tough decisions to be made here moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And if I may, through the chair, I just wanted to also emphasize to our county employees that based on information that we have received recently for the baseline budget, we haven't seen any indication that there are any proposed layoffs. I want to make sure that since that word was thrown out, that I want to make sure that we do have a significant budget deficit that is projected. But departments have been preparing for this, so they have been taking some actions ahead of time to ensure that that doesn't happen. So I think the likelihood of something like that happening is very small. So I just wanted to make sure that I was very clear about that as well. Even though every point that you made is perfectly correct, I just wanted to make sure that I made that clarification, because the employees are going to start panicking, and I don't want to create panic when it's done.
Not necessarily, because but budgets, and when the April town halls that we've had, when Dwayne has been in your seat, we had a frank conversation, right? I remember one year in particular, and we talked about this before. One year we said there may be up to 118 layoffs that particular year, but when June came around, that number was 18, right? Because they were able to put a pause on some of the vacancies, and there's other strategies in the budget. But I don't want us to not consider all potential options here, because we can't do it all. You can't fund it all. And it will be unsustainable, because the next year is a tougher budget, and the following year after that. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez?
So speaking of looking at all options, I'm just curious. I know I want to say it was the last fiscal year, we put about 40 million into PARs. What is your estimate to put into this year, and what would our opportunities be in terms of decisions we can make around that particular amount?
Yeah, so when you're looking at the 115 pension trust, the Board of Supervisors established this policy, and this is one of the options I show on the screen as one of the options. So we are putting approximately $15 million per year into that pension trust. Of that $15 million, about $10 million of that comes from the general fund, and the rest comes from other funds. So that's how much it is being set aside to continue to pay that unfunded accrued liability that is right now estimated over $800 million.
But we could choose to forego that this year, given the gap, correct?
You could, yes. That's an option that you have, yes.
That on the table. The other point I want to make is to that question. I know it was called out in the 1.5 that we've elected over the years to put back into community through different programs that matter. I know we've all had conversations about how we do or don't choose to give and how they get in front of us. We did throw around some ideas at committee, and I didn't hear those reflected here, but personally, I would still like to see some opportunity to put funding back into the community, into those programs that matter. How we do that, I'm happy to have that conversation with the full board, but I think it's important that we continue that in some form, because I know for a lot of us, we've seen the wonderful outcomes of those investments, whether it's the soccer complex or Salinas Valley Promise, the Schumann House. I mean, we've seen all those pieces really work for community, and so I think it's a big part of what we do in a relatively small portion of the overall budget, and I don't want to close that door before we even get to the point of having that conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. This is a process question. If this board were to decide that we wanted to put something on the ballot to raise the sales tax, do we have to say for what it's going to be used? Or I'm just sort of wondering about how that process would work.
I will work with county council to make sure that you have a complete overview on how that works legally. But in general, if you are trying to put a measure on the ballot for a sales tax, you have the option to do a general tax or a special tax. A general tax will be used for any type of governmental purpose. If it's a special tax, you have to specifically identify the purpose of that fund. For example, some jurisdictions have used a special tax in the form of a sales tax, like for police or fire or specific projects that they want to build. So it just depends on what the board decides to do. That thing will be more appropriate for the situation that is being faced as part of the budget.
Thank you.
And just on that point, the measure that was in Santa Cruz County only required 50% plus one, so it wasn't one of those ballot measures where you had a 55 or 2/3 threshold.
Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, thank you. I just have some questions and then some comments. In terms of the impact of Prop 1, if that does in fact pass, has that been factored into this forecast?
No, not at this point.
Okay, so that's another could have a pretty significant impact on some of the additional organizations that the county is funding in to provide outside of the the community investments that we're making. That there could be some additional needs there. So I think that's something that we need to think about. On page 17 of the report, and maybe I'm just misreading this, but when I read through it, it references that the board established that moving forward contributions would no longer be based on a formula, but rather capped at the 1920 amount. This is for the development set-asides.
That is something that the board had implemented at some point, but the board actually provided us direction during the last budget hearings for fiscal year 23-24 to stop that practice and to restore the formula. So that's what it is. So if the report reads that way right now, that's in error and we'll correct it.
Okay, great, thank you. Because I was like, that's not what I remembered happening, but I wanted to make sure I'm not misreading that. On page 24 of the slideshow, we talk about the cannabis funding being sort of holding steady at $4 million per year. If we were to restore the cannabis taxation to the amount that the voters had put in when we approved cannabis, what would that taxation amount go up to?
I think it has a lot of variables because it will depend on how many members of the industry will still continue to be in the industry and will not get out of the industry and this is too much, we're gonna survive doing that. So I'm not prepared to provide you with a number right now, so I'll have to go back and run some numbers, and I'll have to assume that all the players that are currently in the industry are still in the industry at that point, and I'll provide you that estimate, but I cannot give you that information right now.
So I think as we think about what our revenue options are, I think that that's something that needs to be on the table as well, to restore cannabis taxation to the amount that had been approved by voters when in 2016. And we have a temporary reduction right now, but I think that if we're in tough times, we need to be looking at all options. On page, let's see here, so impact of Prop 1. On page 10 of the report, we talk a lot about, and I think this gets to sort of the question that Supervisor Alejo had mentioned about positions. So we currently have some cost savings, and I think part of what you're referring to is that we're well positioned to not have to eliminate positions. But one of the things that we've heard loud and clear from specifically health and social services is that there's a lot of folks working really hard because of the incredibly high vacancy rates that exist in those departments. And it says here on page 10, of the nearly 600 vacancies in the general fund, approximately 56% of those are in health and social services, and that vacancies in these departments do not translate into county savings to the same extent that departments which cannot seek reimbursement from state and federal agencies for costs not incurred. So as we move forward, I guess that struck me as something like, I know we've made taken intentional action to do class and comp studies, to increase wages, to really aggressively recruit for some of these positions. And in health and social services, these are positions that are providing like the most essential basic needs for our residents. So I wanted to call that out as something I'm concerned about, that vacancy rate continuing to be as high as it is. And as we move forward, looking at cost-cutting measures and asking departments to absorb positions, I don't want to find ourselves in a position where we're just simply saying, okay, there's cost savings here because there's current vacancies. But if these are the highest priority positions that we need to be filling, we need to figure out how to make sure that we're not just saying, okay, we're going to take that cost savings because there happens to be a vacancy if there are positions that are critical to the delivery of services in our county. So I want to call that out specifically.
Yeah, Supervisor, ask you if I may. I think that you are correct on that assessment that you just made. But in general, when those positions are vacant in those departments specifically, the largest portion of the cost is funded typically through program revenue. So the portion of the funding that goes to those positions from the general fund is very small. In some instances, a portion of it, or in some instances, none of the general fund. So I think that it is important to look at those vacancies and ensure, if we as an organization, from the county administrative office's perspective, if we need to make reductions, we're not going to be looking at those that may give you 10 cents of the dollar as a high priority. We need to be looking at those that may be 100% funded by general fund dollars. And these, especially since these positions in these departments provide critical services to the community, we will not be recommending something like that.
Great, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Just an added clarification, and so that's the same case for Department of Social Service and also child support. So the third-party departments, typically, they would, even though they're carrying vacancies, for those services performed, then we'd be receiving reimbursement as opposed to us actually having salary savings from those. And so we are working the departments to continue to recruit for folks. And when there's challenges, we're working with the health department, HR, to make sure that we can address those challenges as well.
Great. And I would just say on top of that, like, yes, let's make sure we get our reimbursements. We're not seeking savings where we're not actually seeing savings, but really being intentional about where we're making cuts if and when that time comes, and that we're not cutting just because there happens to be a vacancy, but we're making, if those are critical services to be provided. I want to make sure we continue to invest in the programs and services that have the greatest, most significant impact on our residents, and that we're being thoughtful and intentional about that. And to that point, my final comment is on the community request. Well, one question first. I know we had deferred or asked the Economic Development Commission or Committee to take a closer look at the DSA process and formulas and organizations. Do we have a status update on where we're at with that? Because I know that's been sort of a year and I haven't heard anything, so maybe if there's an update on that would be helpful.
It'll be returning to your board. I believe it's going to go to the Budget Committee, and then it'll come to your board for review. But yes, and it's actually going to be done simultaneously, so you'll actually see it when the budget workshop comes up. That discussion will be part of that meeting as well. Okay.
And so will that also include a process for these community requests that are coming? Because I think that's something we asked for last year is, as of right now, the way that and this is all just how it feels from members of the community who I talk to, the question is, well, how do I get my request on this list? And it really has felt, even from where I sit, that it's, who how you happen to get a letter in front of the right person at the right time. And there is no fair or transparent way for members of the community, especially if we're going to talk about including all of the organizations who have been receiving MHSA money, who are going to be cut out of that, or who may be experiencing other state cuts or reductions in state funding that has a direct impact on our residents. We need to make sure and be really clear that all of those organizations know exactly what funding is available, what the process is to apply, what the restrictions and strings attached might be for those dollars, so that they can plan for how to apply if they so desire.
So similarly, we're having that same discussion, and it started already with the Budget Committee, where we have a couple alternatives that the board will consider also as part of the workshop. But we are looking at that closely, and it's all going to be bundled as part of that discussion.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Those are my comments and questions.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, I'm concerned about messaging on the cannabis piece. I mean, when we started, it was $15 a square foot, and right now we're at about $1, I think, and my concern is sending a signal industry that we're willing to go 15x would just drive them out when none of them they're barely hanging on now. So I want to clearly state that I would not support that, and others can do as they please, but I don't want to send a signal into that community that we no longer want them here, which I think putting that out there in that way might send that signal today.
If I could speak through the chair as well, and I completely concur.
I have a few questions too, and when I was looking at the chart you're putting up, I think it was slide 19, it had something about, it showed about $86 million that we're seeking from FEMA for disaster relief. Is that correct?
Correct. That is how much we're seeking in different, based on the information I received from the Department of Emergency Management, and this doesn't take into account the $23 million that we got in advance from the state. So take that away from this dollar amount and you get a pretty accurate number on where we are on pending reimbursement.
That leaves us at about 63, and then we still need about 15 million to go up to our total for a strategic reserve we want. Is that about right?
So we're right now at about 63 million. And we need to reach a target of about 80, so that
17.
About 17 million.
So that there's roughly 45 million plus 50 million.
Potentially, if when.
5 years, yeah. We have 5 years, of course, to get to the strategic reserve number that we're looking for. So I noticed when I came on the board last year, FEMA was still owing us money from 2017 storms, but I'm pleased to see that hopefully they paid us something from those 2017 storms and just didn't say no, and that's the reason that it's not on the list anymore. So I'm trying to look here as we're looking at different options here, cut taxes or whatever it is. A lot of this money, when it comes back, is going to be coming back, I think, from where we agreed on from previous board action here. It'll come back first to the board and for how it's going to be distributed, not going to go directly into the strategic reserve. Do we have, and I'm asking you to put on a mask and throw darts at a dartboard, basically, because we're talking about the federal government and FEMA reimbursement. Just looking at the past years, do we have any idea when the bulk of this, which is last year's storms, might be coming in, what we're expecting, what we could expect in the next few years?
This year, I saw a couple of payments that came from FEMA already that were not part of this charge yet because of the timing. So we're seeing some of the money trickling in, and my estimate is anywhere between maybe 5 to 7 years when we will see anything from these dollars. And also, just to keep in mind that not all of those dollars that you see on that table are general fund dollars, because those also are part of the road fund and other funds that also fronted some of the money. I know that the general fund contributed a significant portion of that, but also other funds also spend their own dollars from fund balances and available resources towards those reimbursements. So I think that it'll be ideal to have a reconstruction of how much it is for each of the different funds. So that'll be one of the homework assignments that I have to work on and present that to you so that it's easier for you to see. So when we're having these conversations for April 2nd, I'll start working on that to make sure that you have a better picture. But I would say between 5 and 7 years.
To get it all back, but it'll trickle in and that period is what your feeling is. Correct?
That's more hopeful than anything else.
I understand. And so, yeah, the general fund percentage, that would be really helpful. On the $23 million that the state advanced us, what is the requirements on paying that back? We have a timeline, or they just want to take the first dollars that come in, or they're taking some dollars but other dollars not? How does that go?
That was in advance on FEMA dollars, in essence. So as we start getting reimbursements from FEMA, they'll be taking their money.
Right off the top, yes, the first $23 million is theirs. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, that's. Then going to your strategic options that you laid up here, and it had a whole list of, from the cannabis, or I think I might have had the cannabis, I don't know, maybe we talked about that later on, but I had about the 115 pension fund and maybe not putting money into it, a sales tax. I think it would be really beneficial as we're starting to look at this to try to get a full board report on all these options so we can really consider this and try to get some idea of which direction we want to go, because I'm not I'm not real comfortable going with anything that's a revenue increase without looking at what our total options are out there. So I would hope sometime in the near future, and I mean near future, that we can maybe see this.
Yeah, I think that we could present something more detailed as part of the budget workshop, because that'll be dedicated to the budget and we have more time to actually talk about these different options. So I think that'll be the right avenue to do it. Just be ready for a long, busy day on that day. And I think those options should be discussed with the potential, when is the timing of the revenue, how much is potentially going to be received, what challenges do we face by implementing each of those, because a lot of these solutions on the revenue side are not going to be immediate. It's going to be something that is going to take time to implement, and then by the time that we get revenue, maybe another year from now. So I think that we have to just be cognizant of that. On the expenditure side, those could be more immediate, but also you could potentially have significant impacts on the overall stability in the long term for the organization. So I think those will be short-term type of solutions. You cut expenditures in some areas, like the 115 pension trust. I think that the board made an excellent decision on funding that 115 trust. So you suspend it, it's going to be hard to get back to it, because it's just the nature of the budget. You're going to be spending at a higher level than you actually can afford, and then it's going to be very hard to re-implement that program. But it is an option. And then there are other one-time funds that we also have options that could potentially be used. So I think we could discuss those at length, as you said, during the budget workshop.
I think that would be the time, just to have some time on that. Sonia, you had something?
Yes, if the board's agreeable, I think in advance of the budget workshop, it would be helpful to have a memorandum so that we could actually review before the budget workshop, so that there's a little bit of background that you could review in terms of how much is there now and how much, what the impact would potentially be, and maybe when we would see it then activated again, whether it's the DSA allocation or a reduction thereof.
I would tend to agree. It might be better to have that before we start getting to those hard numbers. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, just one more. I want to make sure you talked about those options that we might have in these instances. So one that I want to make sure is on the table is the annual leave reserve as well. Just, understanding where we put that, where our historical use has been would be helpful, but making sure that that comes forward would be something I'd greatly appreciate seeing as part of those options that are laid out for us. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to remind us that the budget town hall is usually a full day in and of itself, not to mention adding something that we haven't talked before, just looking at potential new revenue strategies. So if it takes a special meeting to focus on that, or a following day, I'd like to, because it's not just about us getting a memo. It's more important working with stakeholders that we need to get on board for any of those to be successful, right? And then I would agree on the kind of taxation. If the industry had rebounded, that'd be one thing, but it hasn't. Many are hanging on to dear life, so so I recognize this, or I share the same concerns as some of my other colleagues. On the pension fund, I would just say, when I was on the budget committee, Supervisor Asker was on the budget committee, we were to implement that, because $800 million in liabilities, it's one of those issues that it's easy to shrug it off now because we're serving today, but it is putting it more on the backs of future boards of supervisors and county employees. So I just want to express caution about just moving away from that completely, because that was very intentional.
I'd like, if we can move along on here. We got still a long agenda to go, and I know our main discussion on this is.
I know, but other people got to make their comments.
Go right ahead.
They were not interrupted. And just on the DSA and the road fund were things that were talked about in isolation in committees, and they were not talked in the overall in the context of all the other budget constraints. So I know the conversations in the policy committees were easier because we're not talking about all the overall constraints. And certainly on the last thing, on the community groups, I don't want to set us up to fail, saying, oh, we have a process to open it up for everybody when there's not money this year. We've had a very narrow group of community groups that we've supported in the past, and I want to caution against a process where we open it up and many will be disgruntled in the end because the money just isn't there this year. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'd say just one quick thing, because I didn't want to leave people under the wrong impression regarding sales tax. That's something that I think we should look at extremely carefully because of the nature of the impact it will have on our population. And I also think if we are attempting to get the public to vote for something, to say that we have to put in a sales tax because we need to plug holes in the county's budget, I don't think that would be terribly well received.
Yeah, so it's just like the county is moving on. We're probably going to need a little special meeting to go over this. I think this is a big enough concern here to go into some of these more in-depth concepts at that point. So the next item up is, thank you, Mr. Vega. The next item up is to receive a presentation from the Monterey County Children's Council fiscal year 22-23. Report from Council Chair Lori Medina, who is also our Director of Social Services. Sonia Collette. I just want to actually have before you start here, I want to have the interpreter Ana Rueda de Vidales give her announcement, please.
Yes. Hola, soy Ana Rueda de Vidales. Voy a ser su intérprete este día. Si usted necesita interpretación, aquí estoy para apoyarle. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. As was stated, I'm Lori Medina, Director of Social Services, also the previous chair of the Children's Council, the immediate past chair of the Children's Council. With me is Sonia Kohler, who is the Director of Bright Beginnings. We are here to provide you an update on what the Children's Council has been up to for the fiscal year 2022, 2023. And so just want to get us started. I also just want to thank the Children's Council members, many of whom I think are probably online watching, and we have some in the chambers that are here to help us answer questions. The information that comes from this report comes from a lot of different sectors, a lot of different information sources, and the council is a cross-sector group. And so I just really appreciate all the collaboration from that group. So, okay, let's see if I can forward the screen. There we go. So why the annual report is important. The Children's Council annual report was created to help our community understand the needs of our children and youth in order to build community commitment to meet the needs of our children and youth. It's a local and state snapshot documenting the status of children and youth. And it's intended to help keep members of the community informed and keep them engaged in the progress of kind of the state of affairs for children and youth, and really examine, policy issues that are something that's in our collective interest. And it has 4 goals. It serves as a benchmark to measure how children and youth are faring over time. It serves as a catalyst to mobilize community-wide efforts to address the most critical challenges facing children and youth circumstances. It also serves to recognize areas in which services and initiatives have been successful in improving outcomes for youth. And it also examines some indicators, about 30 indicators that have been selected and that we look at as kind of benchmarks to how children and youth are faring. And so the data, as I mentioned, there are about 30 indicators. I just wanted to let the board know that there are 2 indicators that were not updated for 22-23, and that was only because the data doesn't come in a yearly and annual cycle. So you'll see the data that was available from 2021, for example. So 2 of those indicators, children living in poverty, it will probably be updated the next 3-year cycle. The last piece of data was available in 2021. And then digital divide, that is scheduled to be updated around next month. So we did not have those 2 indicators updated for the purposes of this report. Okay, so When you look at the executive summary, that kind of just explains what this report is all about. As it pertains to the indicators, it explains some language around the terminology. The indicators, whether they are stable, which means not much has changed over time, whether the indicators are fluctuating in their progress, which means, they change year over year, and then whether or not we are seeing increases or decreases. And I also just want to say about increases or decreases, there's really not a value judgment on that. You could have an increase in a rate and it actually be a negative thing, or vice versa. You could have a decrease in a rate and it might be a positive thing. And we'll talk about that when we summarize some of the data. I also wanted to just let you know that I'm not going to be talking about each of the indicators individually. There are detailed summaries of the data in your packets. I will show you snapshots of some of the data, and I'll give you some of the themes that we observed from the data. So the data is grouped in kind of 3 age categories. The first is birth to 18. The second age grouping is birth to age 5. And then the third age grouping is ages 6 to 18. And you can see next to each of these indicators, it tells you whether or not the trend is decreasing, increasing, if it's stable, or fluctuating. And to the extent that we had California data to compare to, we've included that. If not, you just see that it's not applicable. So I wanted to just mention to you, before I go to that slide, that some of the trends that we saw. First of all, I just wanted to acknowledge that some of the data, if you saw it over time, you would see that there were some dips in some of the data around the 2020 period. And that really was our pandemic effect, right, where we saw a lot of losses in some data, primarily because children weren't in school, they weren't being seen by, different people. They were doing online learning. There were a variety of factors that really impacted our ability to be able to see some consistency in the data during that period of time. However, I will say that some of the trends that we kind of wanted to lift up about things that we're looking at or that we should keep our eye on are really around low birth rates for children. The rate of low birth rates has increased, and in many of our education domains, the most disparate outcomes were for our foster youth, non-binary youth, ethnic minorities. And so we still see that in terms of disparate outcomes and equity, that there's still some work to do there, some of the structures that are in place. And then for our hospitalizations for suicidal ideation, the good news is that we didn't actually have any successful suicides that particular year. However, for hospital visits, 37% of youth, 37% of those hospitalized for suicidal ideation were in the 0 to 18 category, or rather under 18. So that's a concern. And on the positive side, you'll hear a little bit later about kindergarten readiness is increasing, or it's improved. Teen births are decreasing, as are student dropout rates. So most of our children have health insurance, and children below the poverty level has decreased. So those are kind of some of the trends we wanted to lift up for you today for the purposes of our kind of look at our indicators. As I said, the kind of details around those indicators are in the packet. We do have some people here who can help respond to questions after Sonia presents. And with that, I will turn it over to Sonia Kohler from Bright Beginnings.
Thank you, Lori. And I'm hoping you'll continue to hit the button for me.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So, moving from data to words, strong, connected, relationships, holistic, well-being of mothers and fathers, child care, a just and thriving economy, ready. This is Bright Beginnings, the Monterey County Early Childhood Development Initiative. I'm Sonia Kohler, and here to share with you today, Honorable Board of Supervisors, what the initiative achieved in the last fiscal year, building on about a decade of work. I've been here in the chambers for several years now, sharing the success of the initiative as others have before me. So this work is familiar to many. But nonetheless, I'll provide some of the background of our intention and approach to fostering collective impact centered on young children and equity. Just as important as the projects we support is building the capacity for transformational change, grounded in both the personal and the institutional. What most people look for are the policies and practices we've impacted, the action we've supported, the money we bring into our community. You can point to those things, they're tangible. What is less visible are the connections we build, the power dynamics we change, who's at the table, whose voices are heard. It's about shifting how we think about caring for our youngest collectively. These things are more subtle. They come from and stir a place that promotes lasting change. They come from the heart. So who's doing this work? Who is part of the initiative? I like to say everyone is, whether you know it or not. Here are some of the names and faces. We have our staff, Christina, Iris, and Rebecca. We have the leadership. Thank you to the Children's Council and co-chairs Dr. Ed Moreno and Francine Rod. We have our advisory group, those listed here who represent all sectors in our community. Whether listed or not, listening today or not, I just want to say thank you to everyone for your commitment to our shared vision. It's usually a joy and always an honor to be in this together. Here, let's go to skip one after that. Go ahead to the next one. Oh, I'm sorry, this slide deck is a little different than the one I thought I submitted. So we will go ahead to the next one. That one's perfect. That works. If you can look in your report, I just want to point to some of the few numbers that show the breadth of our reach. It's right at the beginning of your report. Page 2. We have 300-some cross-sector, multidisciplinary leaders engaged in 8 of our affinity networks, like the Maternal Mental Health Task Force, like the Mamás de Salinas Abogan, like our Greenfield Early Learning Partnership, and like the Family, Friends, and Neighbor Champion Network. We also show up in other networks and forums, like the Chambers, Regions Rise Together, the Wellness Collaborative, Impact Monterey, Bright Futures, all to help center young children and their families and equity and help to bring more investment to our young children. Let's see where we go. Let's go. Perfect. We prioritize our work according to the county-wide strategic framework, which is due for a refresher next year. We unite around a shared vision, guiding principles and priority strategies that address the holistic needs of young children and acknowledge that it takes work in all aspects of our community, childcare, health, business, you name it. We align our work for fair and just systems, supported and resilient families, and prepared caregivers. Last year, we excelled in the areas of maternal mental health and early learning systems. We had one of the most successful maternal mental health awareness weeks. with thanks to the Central Coast Alliance for Health, Parenting Connections, the County of Monterey Behavioral Health, Raices y Carino, and Mamás de Salinas Abogan, who were behind that effort. We supported our Vida community health workers with reflective practice circles thanks to First 5 Monterey County. We launched the first early childhood education apprenticeship with Hartnell to bring in more teachers into our community. We supported 23 new entrepreneurs to start up their licensed childcare homes, bringing over 100 new licensed childcare spaces into our community and many new businesses. We brought together our more than 50 home-based childcare providers from a tri-county region, working with El Pajaro Community Development Center, MAOF, the Institute for Innovation and Economic Development, to figure out how to better support them as businesses and their unique needs. And we launched the inaugural summit for family, friend, and neighbor childcare, bringing in over 100 folks into Greenfield, thanks to a partnership with United Way of Monterey County, Door to Hope, Go Kids, First 5, and MAOF. What sometimes is hard to see, and it always gets messy with these Venn diagrams, is what I call the magic of collective impact. It's when we have what's mutually reinforcing. Instead of living in silos or competing for the same resources, we work together and make our work better. This is most visible in the work of the Mamás de Salinas Abogan. We've invested in their capacity to engage in their community around early childhood issues. They're now a leading force in a countywide call to action to increase childcare, as well as helping in their own networks to decrease the stigma associated with perinatal anxiety and depression. Oh, back to that one, perfect. So our universal goal in Bright Beginnings is to increase what we call kindergarten readiness. And I'm gonna end here with two statistics, really. And so what a part of our team does is to articulate our successes and our gaps in a way that resonates with most people, both in stories and numbers. So this first statistic is our North Star, kindergarten readiness, a benchmark on social emotional skills at entry into kindergarten. Shortly, First 5 will share a little bit more on this new data. I'm just giving you a sneak preview. And the latest assessment shows, and as Lori mentioned, that despite the years of shelter in place and the triple pandemic, we've moved the needle upwards. It's a really good news. So statistic number 2 is about childcare. As one of our informal caregivers, Alma Hernandez, shared at the Family, Friends, and Neighbors Summit, the families need to be satisfied with the care provided to their child so they can work without worry. Global statistics show that in the US, we are far behind in what we invest in our youngest. Federally, we invest $500 per child a year, compared to $12,000 in other rich countries. But that's not the statistic I want to share. We did a lot of number crunching to find out what that underinvestment looks like in Monterey County in terms of the gap in childcare subsidies. Currently, we serve about 6,300 children through state and federal childcare subsidies at a value of about $112 million. To serve all children that would qualify for those same subsidies, we need to bring in an additional $156 million to serve an additional 9,000 children that qualify. So that's a new goal, to bring in at least another $156 million. How's that compare to the county budget? To raise the teachers, their wages, and the infrastructure to open the needed childcare here in Monterey County. We can do this by resourcing in much smaller amounts and locally the back-end policy and advocacy work that can drive state and federal legislation. And I believe we can do it, but only if we keep working together. Investing in young children is investing in all of us. So what will we achieve next? I look forward to reporting back next year, and thank you for your attention, for your consistent support of Bright Beginnings, and for all you do in our community. Please follow us on social media, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I just want to go to the public. Is there anybody in the chambers that have a comment? See nobody? Is there anybody online? Nobody online? Anybody on the board have a comment onto this? Yes, Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, I think I'll start by echoing, Sonia, your comment about, that change starts with us, and that getting to the levels of investment that are needed doesn't happen by magically wishing for it to happen. It happens because we talk about it. It happens because we're organizing parents. It happens because we're raising the data-driven issues into the forefront of public policy. And one great example of that, where this board, I think, has really played a leadership role, is investing in maternal mental health, putting staff dedicated to supporting the task force, putting money into the task force to allow that work to grow and build. We now are hosting the Maternal Mental Health Forum next month as a local group, as a local body, and we're seeing the impact of state investment and federal investment into maternal mental health improvements. And I think that some of that has to come back to because of the work that we did organizing and raising the issue locally. There were a few of the data points that you didn't call out, but that really jumped out at me in the report, and I just want to just quickly reference a few of them. On page 10, we talk about student homelessness, and the numbers of student homelessness are continuing to rise rather dramatically. For me, this is a canary in the coal mine situation where, although we're making tremendous strides moving forward with reducing the number of unhoused residents in our community, the number of families who are living on the precipice of becoming unhoused is increasing rapidly. And so we need to watch that number carefully. On page 12, we talk about the increasing numbers of women who are receiving early prenatal care, and that 83%, even though it's fluctuating down a little bit from last year, it's a 10% increase over where we were 10 years ago, and I think that's a direct result of the investments and the collective impact approach that we've made into ensuring that all children and all parents have the best start possible. On page 13, there's a reference to the decrease in the number of childcare spaces that are available in our county at a time when parents are trying to get back to work. We have a lot of work to do to continue increasing childcare spaces so that kids have quality care and parents can engage in the workforce. And then on page 24, it's a concerning statistic about our foster youth. And I know, Laura, you know too well the challenges that our foster youth face, but we talk about on page 24 the fact that only half of our foster youth are graduating from high school. The next page talks about 30% of our foster youth are dropping out of school in high school. And so to me, that's another big red flag that we need to be thinking about and talking about. But really appreciate the work that the Children's Council is doing. I think the initiatives that the Children's Council have engaged in, the work that Bright Beginnings is doing, it is making a difference. It's been a relatively small investment from the county, but it has changed, from where I sit, changed the way that we talk about families, changed the way that we talk about supporting parents, and is leading the state in terms of where we need to be headed for solutions to meet the needs of all families, to give parents the best start, give kids the best start. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and for your good work. I know we're making some steps forward, but no matter what we do, it never seems to be, the steps never seem to come fast enough or long enough. But again, thank you for everything. Did you have a comment there?
Yeah, because I'm probably going to have to leave before the next presentation, which is by First Five. But I did want to acknowledge the importance of this work and that every year we have this presentation, that the work you do year-round really focus on our youngest residents, our youngest constituents is critical, and to the entire family as well. And I agree with what Supervisor Askew said. We have that ongoing struggle of having more support for that early child care, which we all know is very critical. So I just wanted to just speak before I have to take off I got to catch the last flight to Riverside County via Phoenix. Otherwise, I won't make the CSAC training tomorrow. But that's where I have to leave early. But thank you for your presentation.
Yes, Supervisor Adams.
Yes, thanks very much. Just a quick thank you for what you're doing. It's so important in so many aspects, but one of the things that I really appreciate about it is the community that you are building and the empowerment that you're giving to women who in past decades had none. That really has made a huge change in our community, and I thank you so much for that.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, just continued appreciation. I know there's a lot of overlap with the work that we do at First Five, and we've got a presentation coming up there next, but I could not forgo the opportunity to just whip on Prop 1 one more time and share how much that's going to set us back in the work we do around IFECMH and identifying issues early and getting out there and really doing the work that needs to happen for our communities. So as bitter as that one is to swallow at this point with such a narrow margin, just want to thank you for the continued work. I know for my family it matters. I've shared this before with my wife's permission, but the work that we do specifically on the maternal mental health greatly impacted her after giving birth to our son, and she needed access to those resources which were made available in our community in Greenfield, which was a huge boon. And then going through it a second round with our daughter, she had the tools thanks to what she learned there, had some touch up, made some great friends there that continue to support her as she continues on that journey. So know that the work matters for all of us, no matter what your social status, socioeconomic level might be, or anything else in life. The work that you're doing is impacting families throughout the spectrum here in Monterey County, and it means the world to us. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. The next item is to receive and accept the fiscal year 2022-23 annual report from First Five, Monterey County.
Thank you. And I'm Lori Medina, Director of Social Services, also a Commissioner on First Five. Coming to the dais is Francine Rod and Nina Alcaraz. So I will step away so they can.
Good afternoon. Supervisors, thank you so much for having us here today. I am Francine Rod, Executive Director for First Five Monterey County, and with me is Nina Alcaraz, who is the Director of Policy Advocacy and Communications, and back in the audience is our Director of Evaluation and Learning, Jen Brigney, in case there's any questions. So I know we have a short period of time to be able to give to you guys some highlights of what we have been doing. I want to emphasize why we do what we do, what difference it has made, how you can continue to lean in and make the change that we all want to see. So why we do what we do is that the narrative around children has changed. It used to be, you're not seeing it. Okay. It used to be solely parents' responsibilities. People used to say, you had a child, it's your responsibility to take care of them. Now we're recognizing that it's a shared community responsibility and honor, and that we all reap the benefits. So, in that regard, our vision is that all children reach their unique potential in a family and community that values, respects, and invests in early childhood. We work collaboratively with parents, providers, and policymakers to design and implement programs. We're often referred to as the gas and the glue, as we support advocacy, capacity building, and connections. In fiscal year 2022-23, we served 20,038 children, parents, caregivers, providers, and educators. And the Community Annual Report has more data in it around what specifically was supported in each of those categories. So in terms of what, I know you have seen the full report that we gave to you, plus the shorter Community Annual Report. So today I'm just going to give you a few highlights about some of the outcomes. And this by no means is comprehensive, but just a taste of what we do. So we don't have time today to share the video that we had for the Central Coast Early Childhood Advocacy Network, but aligned with what Supervisor Adams was talking about, the work that happens there really helps mostly women. We do have some men that participate in the training and things to really recognize their voice. We all already have it, but in terms of getting trained to be able to know how to use it or the confidence to be able to use it, that happens through the work of this Central Coast Early Childhood Advocacy Network. So one of the areas that the network focuses on throughout the year is holding a holding a meeting for the parents. I've kind of lost my place here, you guys. So CCAN hosts a series of workshops throughout the year, all aimed at building capacity and bridges between systems leaders and community members. And last year, there were more than 80 people that ended up going to visit legislators. And we've heard from those legislators that those visits are extremely impactful and that they hear directly from the community members about their stories and their needs, and that helps them to feel more confident in their decisions. One of the major events for the Central Coast Early Childhood Advocacy Network is the Parent Power Summit. And last year, the summit focused on mental health, which again is a big issue of concern in our community, in addition to childcare. So the outcomes that you see on the screen are that there are 76 participants. We see that 85% of them said that it strengthened their relationship with other parents to participate. They felt the summit helped them to see the importance of using their knowledge, experience, and voice, I would say, as well. And then 98% felt that the summit inspired them to take at least one new action in support of that community. And that's exactly what we want. Related to the support that we provide through collaboratives, we have 3 collaboratives that we fund in the county, 2 collaboratives that we fund in the county, and one of them has a subcontract with probation and also with Centro Binacional, who you'll hear public comment from in a moment. What we have done is we looked at the zip codes in our community to try and find those areas that have community members who are furthest from opportunity. We looked at the socioeconomic indicators and identified priority zip codes. Last year, 92% of the children that were served by the collaboratives resided in the first 5 Monterey County priority zip codes. Some of the services that are provided by the collaboratives themselves include developmental screenings. And last year, we were able to fund play groups, referrals, care coordination, home visits. You'll see a small number there for mental health counseling. That's because most of our parents are able to access Medi-Cal services and supports, and we refer them to those supports for services, so we don't pay for that. The funded partners last year did include Alisal Unified School District, North Monterey County Unified School District, Go Kids, PVPSA, and Door to Hope with probation and Centro Binacional. One of the other programs that we support is home visiting, and it helps families to navigate challenges, access community resources, build resilience, and it leads to stronger, more stable households. A lot of times you're hearing about housing in our community these days, and there actually sometimes is not enough space in the house to have a home visit because multiple families live in that house. So one of the things, as you all are thinking about new buildings and programs and things like that I know are coming online, is it's really important to have community spaces for people to be able to meet one-on-one until we're able to deal with our housing crisis. So a lot of times these home visits actually don't happen in the home. It's more like peer coaching and more like coaching that happens in the community as well. And our evaluations found positive parenting behaviors across all 4 domains improved with the Parents as Teachers home visiting program. The biggest increase was in teaching behaviors, and that includes things like explaining reasons for something to a child, or expanding the child's words or sound, or engaging in pretend play, because we know that play is the way that young children learn, right? So Supervisor Lopez mentioned IFECMH, one of these wonderful acronyms that we are around, and it's our mental health training. It's a cross-sector training experience that has been transformative for participants. It's in its 12th year now. For the last 2 years, we have been able to receive some funding through IFE, through more acronyms, through the Mental Health Services Act. And so if Prop 1 does go ahead and proceeds, we're not sure what will happen with that funding for that program. What we have seen from the outcomes of that is that the participants learn about new resources from other IFECMH participants, and then they also end up having wonderful outcomes. So one of the parent educators said, I learned to slow down, recognizing my strengths and accepting my vulnerabilities. These skills are essential to working with families. Now I have more self-care and reflective practice and know how to handle my feelings better, to self-regulate, clear my mind, and support others in crisis. These are the kinds of things that we want all of those who work with our children, our parents, and our community members to say. So you can see some of the other statements that they agreed with. 100% agreed with statements about gaining knowledge, about having more compassion, and about having more curiosity to understand different ways of doing things based upon the series. So you'll see here in our financials that we ended up the year with spending 7.3, almost $7.4 million. And in terms of that funding, what we have seen is that, giving you a heads up, that this year, because of the decline in funding from tobacco taxes, I want to give you a heads up, that we had to reduce the funding that we provide in the community by about $1 million. And that translates into services and supports for community members and jobs for those organizations who had to reduce their staffing to support that. But I want you to know that First Five is not just sitting back and waiting for additional funding to come, that we have worked really hard to get non-Prop 10 funding. So right now, the funding that comes to First Five is mostly the tax on tobacco products, that's the 66%. And then in terms of non-Prop 10 funding, that is mostly funding from other funders like Packard or Monterey Peninsula Foundation. We do have some support through the county, through the CalWorks program. They've been able to leverage our existing PAT program to fund the some home visiting services and supports. But the role that we play, as you've seen now, is really critical and unique. And we've worked hard to come from a place of vulnerability and humility and to cultivate power with, not power over, and supporting those who've been historically excluded due to race, ethnicity, language, culture, or economic status. And so we want to help them to be able to define their own destinies. As an independent public agency, we have been able to connect with both county agencies and community-based organizations and informal community groups. So this is, I'm not going to go over this, you'll see this next year. This is our new strategic plan framework that started July of this year. Generally, we have similar values as we've always had. We just had to refocus and really end up focusing on care coordination and home visiting because of the reduction of funding. But what we have seen is that we really need to work and are doing more work to connect the systems of supports for our children and families. Okay, so wanted to make sure you all know we're not coming to you today to ask for funding. We know that budgets all around are tight, but what we are asking you to do is to join us and lean into your role as advocate, connector, and leverager. You have already done so with the support, as we mentioned, from MHSA, so keep it up. And supporting the home visiting through CalWorks, as I mentioned. We're looking to you to think about, as new opportunities come through, new funding, like I said, new opportunities for building spaces, to think, where are the children? Unless we are really intentionally looking at and talking about, as Supervisor Askew said, the early childhood space, it doesn't happen. It's almost as if they are invisible. And so we need to make them visible. So I'm asking you today to really help us continue to make them visible. Families are asking for whole child, whole family supports and services, and so we really need your help and support to continue to do that. So the last slide I wanted to share with you is that, following up, that we have seen that when we resource our children and our families, they thrive. And so we wanted to share with you a little bit of data from our upcoming kindergarten readiness assessment. We used to call it the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment, and then just as our children are growing and learning, so are we in how we are framing and thinking and talking about things. We realized that when we talked and looked at the research in terms of kindergarten readiness, that put the onus for the learning on the children and the parents, when in fact, the responsibility for education falls on the entire community to support them. So that's why we have renamed it the Community Readiness Report to reflect the change in our own mental models. So what we found is that there's an upward trend in children's readiness across all domains, and that's promising. The development of children is really complex, but by a wide range of systems and programs in Monterey County, we can really impact that in a positive way. So the data from the 2022 Kindergarten Readiness Assessment is, oops, I said it again, Community Readiness Assessment has shown that we've made positive progress and outcomes. And so you can see there that the English language development started higher than most, and so is at almost 40%. We're still not happy with this, right? We still have a long way to go. Mathematics actually made the biggest jump. But we are encouraged, given all the pandemic and everything else, we were thinking that these numbers were going to go backwards instead of going forwards. So we are excited for that. So as our funding continues to decrease, we are conscious of what that could mean for services and systems that we have supported in the past, and what it would mean for the children of today and for the future. So we're asking you to join us in continuing to put together all of the pieces. Thank you. And so Nina and Jen and I are here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Francine. I'll go on to the public first if there's any comments from anybody. I see none, and anybody online? Yes, okay.
And that is, sorry, Clarissa Becerra.
You have 2 minutes, Clarissa.
Hi, thank you, everyone. My name is Clarissa Reyes Becerra, and I'm the Programs Director for Monterey County at Centro Binacional para el Desarrollo Indígena Oaxaqueño. And I'm also honored to serve as a First Five Monterey County Commissioner. As someone who works with First Five in both roles, I'm happy to share with you all how First Five is invaluable to the communities that we serve. Before my time with CBDIO, I worked as an immigration attorney representing families in their immigration applications and proceedings. And many families face tremendous difficulties navigating social services systems and finding the support systems that they needed in order to establish safety and security for themselves and for their children. First Five provides this necessary and crucial support. And First Five Monterey County in particular organizes a network of community partners, as Francine mentioned, who provide and coordinate services for children and their families. And I'm happy to say that CBDIO is one of these partners. In our Greenfield office, we have 2 care coordinators who help Indigenous families in South Monterey County to navigate health providers, public benefits, and other resources so that their children can thrive. And we have families we've worked with for years through our First Five program, assisting each of these families with many children oftentimes. And while CBDIO's care coordinators have the trust and connection with the community, this quality of work would not be possible without the guidance and support of the First Five network. First Five Monterey County also provides guidance, technical assistance, and research, as Francine was showing on her slides, all of which seek to advance supportive services for children and their families. CBDIO's care coordinators benefit from this technical assistance. In our check-ins with partners, as we have every Friday with the MDRT meetings, we are able to discuss and collaborate on complex family cases, seeking the guidance of our partners and First Five team members. And the research of First Five helps to advocate for increased access to childcare and supportive services, which are sorely needed for the underserved low-income families of this region, especially in South County, in Greenfield, where we work, Soledad, Chular, and further south, which lacks these services. Finally, First Five organizes parent empowerment events, the Parent Power Summit, which was a huge success, which helped to uplift the role of parents and changes locally.
Yes, thank you for your comments. Is there
Thank you
anybody?
for your time.
Sure, thank you. Nobody else? Okay. That will close public comment. Anybody on the board? Supervisor Lopez.
I think I'm going into my 5th year of being voluntold to be the chair of First Five. So as chair of First Five, just thank you. Thank you to all our partners. I see so many in the room, and I know there's several online who've helped us move the needle, even though the budget has been declining. we continue to do more for the community. And I think we're really proud of those figures. This presentation, we could have done a 2-hour version that talks about all the different things that we do. But the most important piece is who we center in the work. And so there's so many pieces that aren't necessarily even directly First Five, but that matter. And I want to thank Nina for her work with CCAN. That's one that when I see those parents out there advocating outside of even just this particular world, I know it came from the lessons learned and the tools they gained working through First Five CCAN and all of these different opportunities. And I've seen them in the last week, so my heart's full because of that. I want to thank you all for the work that you've put into this space, knowing that we remain the glue, the connectivity, that tissue in between, making sure that everybody is strengthened like a muscle, flexing for community. So thank you. But I think most importantly is the work's not done, right, for any of us. And I appreciate the focus on understanding where budgets are. But to community, none of us move forward if we don't move forward together. And I think that's that piece around equity that this board has reflected on in the last week at our exercise as we did our strategic retreat. And so I think the work you're speaking to and that you do every day is at the core of what we desire for our communities as elected leaders. So thank you for continuing that work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew?
Yeah, just so many of my earlier comments, I think I echo for the work that First Five is doing. And the one example that I always point to is during COVID when we were reopening and bars reopened before playgrounds reopened. And when we inquired about it, everyone kind of thought, oh, I don't know, I guess we just weren't thinking about the kids or the parents or the families. And I think that unless we have, children don't have lobbyists and moms don't have lobbyists, but the work that is happening here in California is so much farther ahead than so many others. We get to go spend time with supervisors in other states and other counties, and the level of jealousy that they have over the fact that we even have First Five here in California is significant. And when I tell them about what we are doing, they get really excited and hopeful about what's possible. So as we experience these contractions currently with the state budget, with tobacco resources, I think the fact that we are having the conversation, that we're talking about what the needs of families are, I have a lot of faith and confidence that in California, we will see this through to the other side and come out stronger because our parents and families are deserving of the resources and the investment. So keep your chin up. Thank you for the work. And we're here to be advocates and allies at every step of the way. My last comment would just be, as we experience whatever changes are coming to us through Prop 1, I do hope that we can have a presentation come back to us so that we're really clear about what those local impacts are and that we don't try to sweep anything under the rug, and that we're really honest about who's being harmed by the reduction in resources and what are the ways in which those families have other options available to them to backfill some of those losses. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. I could only repeat everything that we've all said before, which is just you guys do a great job. But one of the things that I really want to call out is your leadership, Francine. The fact that we all knew when we passed Prop 10 is that sooner or later what we had hoped to accomplish would be accomplished and the funding would drop off. But the fact that you have really been a leader in getting additional foundation grants and moving forward to bring in additional funding, I think really needs to be pointed out and definitely appreciated. Thank you so much for your many years of leadership here.
Yes, thank you. And the charts that you provided show just how valuable your work has been. But of course, the great challenge here is Prop 10, which for those who don't know it is a tax on cigarette use. And so as cigarette use drops down, the funding source that you have also goes down, and there really is no real direct correlation between cigarette use and child welfare, which creates quite a conundrum here, essentially. So I do know, it's going to be extremely important to find a funding source, which you're already looking out for some, but there's that big gap out there of Prop 10 as cigarette use goes down, that is going to decline, and it's going to make this a real challenge. So I hope we're going to be able to bridge that, and so you can be able to continue on with your great work. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and we do appreciate also your support with your legislative policy platform, because that is helping to encourage the state to also help us look for additional and different sources for continued funding.
So the next item we have up is item 21, which is consider adopting a resolution in opposition of the application submitted by Pacific Bell Company, also doing business AT&T, requesting the CPUC approval to relinquish the eligible telecommunication carrier and carrier of last resort designations. Mr. Chatham, do you? Yes.
So just wanted to introduce this item to you. You already went through the first part of it, was considering adopting the resolution in opposition of the two applications submitted by AT&T to relinquish the eligible telecommunications carrier and carrier of last resort designation. This proposal would be detrimental to our residents that do not have affordable alternative telecommunications solutions. And the second is to authorize the chair to sign a letter on behalf of the County of Monterey opposing the applications to the California Public Utilities Commission. Sarah House is online, and she's brought up the map representing the areas that are proposed for service removal, which you can see up now. There are many other departments that have commented on this that are part of this as well, including the Department of Emergency Management, Department of Health, Department of Social Services, the Sheriff's Office. Also in the here as well as the local government affairs officer representative from AT&T, Betty Saxon, which I'll leave to the chair to call to the stand. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over to the chair for any comments.
Sure. I think at this point, probably, Ms. Saxon, you had requested some time to speak on this matter, so I'd like to give you up to 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Betty Saxon, AT&T's External Affairs Representative on the Central Coast. So when I look up at the diocese, I look and I see friends and people that I've known for a very long time. So I'm sorry I'm having to do kind of a short turnaround on this, but it is what it is. I contacted my leadership. Unfortunately, they could not come out. They were already booked. Had I known ahead of time, I would have gotten them scheduled. But I'm going to try to cover at least 3 major points with you, and perhaps you'll give us another chance to come and do a deeper dive on this application. The first point is we could have rolled this out better. When the letter went out, a lot of the constituents really didn't know what was going on. So we take responsibility for that. We also know that the maps that the CPUC asked us to use are not fully correct. And they will be corrected as we continue to roll out these community meetings. The third point that I'd like to make is that we didn't make enough community outreach. So what we're in the process of doing right now is setting up community outreach meetings to actually educate the constituents and our customers on what the application is and what it is not. I realize that it's probably too late to tell you not to sign something, but what I will say is that as your community representative from AT&T, I will still conduct these meetings, and I will educate every part of your district until the customer fully understands that no customer is being turned off. This is a multi-year process. And as I'm learning from other parts of the United States where we already have COLA relief, it's been 10 years, and they're just now rolling out a test that's been approved by the FCC in one of those states. So no one is being left behind. I ask that you give us an opportunity to do a deeper dive by my leadership on this application and on the process and all of the governing regulatory bodies that we have to go through before you take action. We've been good stewards in this community. I've been in this community for over 15 years. I serve on boards with you. And I think I got enough credibility to say when I come forward that we're not leaving anyone behind. So those are my statements.
Thank you. Because this is an action here, I'm going to pass the board, see if they have questions before I go out to public. But could we put the map up again on the screen, please? That was up here. And I want you to understand, any comments that we have here today aren't involving you. It's with AT&T. So maybe make that really clear. So there's nothing here about knowing people, or I don't know you, but I'm sure you know some other people
you're
here.
new.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's nothing directed here towards you. But when we spoke yesterday, and we were on the phone, referred to this map, and you said that the intention of AT&T was only to remove service in urban areas, to remove the copper wire service.
What I stated is that there's a major movement towards where there's a lot of choice. For example, Los Angeles. Constituents have like 7 to 10 different choices. It was never meant for real extreme rural areas, because even in our application, and even though that map is not showing in that everything, there are areas that we knew we were the last carrier, and we said we're not going to ask for relief for those areas. For example, Big Sur is one of those areas. I actually have a community meeting coming up for the Big Sur residents April 3rd, along with Congressman Panetta. So I'm doing about as much as I possibly can to try to clean some of this up. But what I do understand about this process is that once the CPUC says in October, which is when we are expecting a vote, and we hope that it is favorable, that we then have to begin working with the CPUC and the FCC on areas, and the onus is on AT&T to prove that there are other carriers. And that's a long process. It is a very onerous process. So the map, as we know it today, and what we used was the data that came in from the FCC, and I think you used the same map when you did your broadband plan, and you identified then that those maps were incorrect. The CPUC also knows that those maps are not correct, and they're now working on updating those maps to really try to, as closely as possible, reflect what is true. Who has broadband? Who doesn't? Who does have a phone line and who doesn't? Who has multiple choices? So that's my response about the maps.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from anybody before we go to the public? Yep.
Question, just the time frame, the window for us to comment on this issue. What is that? I've heard March 19th, which is right
March
around the
19th
corner. I
was
know
only
that's the
for the
last.
general public.
Okay.
In the public, see, we were under the impression too, and I think that's when I first reached out to you, right? That March 19th was like the magic bullet, and that was the last date that everybody got an opportunity to chime in. And that is so not true, especially when it comes to elected bodies. You have the right to send in a letter of opposition or support at any given time. For the public participation hearings, that was the 19th date. So you do have time. But I'm not trying to stand in front of a moving bus. I know you need to do what you feel you need to do, but I'm here to tell you what I'm going to do for your constituents and our customers. They deserve to know so that they can make a better choice and planning if for any reason their region is impacted.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. And Betty, I underscore Glenn's comments that this is not about you. It's definitely concerned that we have with AT&T and the CPUC coming up. But as I mean, I can only say that you and I know, we've sat in the same meetings for years, that there are people in Big Sur that have no internet, they have no way of communicating other than their landline telephones. And that's true also way out in the Carmel Valley, in some of the areas in Carmel Valley. Those are people in my district. I acknowledge that it is the most expensive. They probably have the most expensive lines of any that AT&T has to provide, because they are so few and they are so isolated. But I can only say that if this application is approved and AT&T is no longer required to service those people, what are they going to do? No 911, no communication. It is a very frightening thought for the people who live, especially the people who live in Big Sur. We both know the terrain. I just can't imagine, there's no alternative. I totally get it. If, grandma just doesn't like using that newfangled cell phone and she wants her landline, I get that that is absolutely off the table, and I totally support that. I understand it, but that's not what we're talking about in this, with my concern for the people in my district. They have no options.
And if you have no options, no phone service will be turned down. No options, no phone service will be turned down.
So that means
that is our statement. That is the AT&T statement. And even in October, if they vote, that still doesn't turn down anyone's service. October really only is like the first step towards a very long, lengthy process, and nobody gets moved over or transitioned until the FCC approves a foregone plan that is bulletproof.
But if there is no longer a carrier of last resort, there's no guarantee that these people will have an advocate.
We would still be the carrier of last resort. We are still the carrier of last resort until the FCC and the CPUC officially says you can begin the migration. And that's years off. And that's what I think the electeds need to understand, is that October does nothing but put us at step one. That network is dying. We can't get the parts. So eventually, it's gonna meet its end of life cycle. That is a foregone conclusion. 10, 15, 20 years, who knows? But I do know that we're not shutting off any customers.
Well, thank you, and I know we could go on for a long time,
Yes.
but I don't agree with with your presentation, because even though it may be in quite a few years, if the carrier of last resort is responsible for ensuring that the telephone lines work, AT&T has to invest in ensuring that they get the parts and that they have people who are able to do it. But without that protection, I fear that there will not be anyone advocating for the folks who have no choice but a landline. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And do know that you're appreciated, and I enjoy seeing you at our various social events, and I wish you well. So thank you.
Too. Okay. But please let your constituents know the phone services are not being
To
turned
kind
on.
of follow up on Supervisor Adams, there is just, there's folks that can't get Wi-Fi. They're going to have either copper lines, which are now in existence, or some fiber optic or a cell tower on every property or something is going to have to be done that different than it is now. And so when you say no one's going to be cut off, what is the alternative to Wi-Fi, or to come in into cellular service coming, I should say, excuse me, not Wi-Fi?
AT&T is still in the process of building out our network. We're building out more towers. I don't have the exact number of applications I have right now in the planning department, but it is several throughout the county. And when I meet with each one of you individually, I can give you numbers about how many more towers I have for a specific area. We're also still building out fiber fiber, especially in Marina. So did we stop building out the network? No. We're just trying to reposition money to invest more in the products and services so that our network can cover what it is that people are looking for now. Okay. And without leaving our seniors behind.
If you could speak into the microphone, please,
Yes,
for those
without
who are
leaving
online.
the seniors behind. So I know it's, right now it's all conceptually, and you can't really feel it yet, but we had to take the first step. And it's a tough step, but a necessary step, because that network is not the future. We're trying to move your county, along with other Californians, towards the future.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, thank you. So I think based on the feedback I've heard from residents in the blue area, not even in the purple area, there are significant concerns, and I think there is a lot of misinformation, and I think that it's appropriate and necessary that AT&T have the opportunity to conduct more outreach, to answer questions, to assuage some of the fears that I'm hearing people come at me and saying they're going to turn my phone service off. I had an opportunity to read through the application that AT&T had proposed yesterday, and it very clearly states, by this filing, AT&T California is not discontinuing any tariffed voice service, and the ETC relinquishment will not affect the availability of tariff voice services in AT&T's service territory. So what I'm reading that they're not, AT&T by putting the application in or even getting approval, is not coming in and ripping out phone lines. However, the fear that exists among residents and the concern that as phone lines transition, as someone sells their house or moves into a new home, that if that home, my home doesn't have a phone line serving it in Marina. So if someone were to move into my home, that they would no longer be able to get a phone line to service that. And for someone like my mom, for someone who has a different type of needs, that is concerning. So as this is currently drafted, I think it was clear to me that there is misinformation flowing around, but also it's clear to me that this is not something that my constituents, even in our blue zoned incorporated areas, are ready to support at this point. So I just want to be clear on a couple of those points. I'm not sure that we have good alternatives available to us currently on a day-to-day basis. Our cell phones work great, but when we've had periods of extended power outages that have gone on for days where people can't rely on having power to recharge their phones, we've had cell phone networks fall out of service for fairly significant amounts of time over the past couple of years. I think that gives me, I feel the anxiety that my constituents are feeling when we talk about removing the one thing that they do and have been able to have as reliable access for emergency services or to connect with loved ones in times of crisis. So I'm at this point, I think it'd be great for AT&T. You've got some work to do, Dr. Saxton, to go out and do the outreach that needs to happen. But at this point, in order to represent the residents that I represent, and given the timeline that I see on the CPUC website, which does put a deadline of March 19th for comment to be considered. Of course, we can always comment later. I want to make sure that our comments are considered as we move forward. So I'm comfortable making a motion that we consider adopting, or that we adopt the resolution in opposition to the application 230302 and 230303 submitted by Pacific Bell Telephone Company in alignment with the staff recommendation.
And I would be happy to second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Ms. Saxton, for what is undoubtedly an unpleasant situation to be in.
Well, thank you for giving me the time. Sure. I will continue to see all of you in the community. And AT&T is not withdrawing that application. So let us continue to fight the good fight.
Thank you. I want to take this out to the public. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on this? Yes, Mr. Groot.
Yes, thank you. Norm Groot for Farm Bureau Monterey. As an organization that represents businesses and residents in the rural part of our county here, when this first came out and then KSBW and other stations picked it up with their short little blurbs on this, there's a lot of misunderstanding about how this is going to play out at the CPUC and what this really means for those who have AT&T landlines or other landlines. And so we spent a lot of time trying to educate people who are calling our office. It generated a lot of chatter in various different areas of meetings that I was in. It became a real topic. And I think what Ms. Saxon stated as far as AT&T stumbling here is they did a terrible job of PR on this. And now we have to correct what's going on in the community. And so I think it's good that we go on record here and say, you know, AT&T didn't do a very good job of rolling this out. And the intent, which I fully understand is going to happen, and I understand what they're trying to do with this, and I agree, it does not mean someone's service is getting turned off on whatever date it's approved. I think they need to do a better job of educating the public and how this is going to roll out and what this means for future technology. Having lived myself in an area where cell phones did not work, it is imperative that you have the option of having a landline. So I think that this is a good statement to move forward with, and because there's so much confusion in the community, I think this shows leadership on your part that you are taking this on and that it is something that we can support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers online?
Yes. Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Phone number 837, Indian 837, you have 2 minutes. Is there anybody else?
Yeah, phone number ending in 705.
Okay, phone number is 705, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, supervisors, for being so adamant in this resolution. I have to use a cell phone because I live on a houseboat and I don't have landline. And when I use my cell phone, it hurts me. I get a terrible cramps up my arm. And that's one of the symptoms of using this microwave technology. So I think AT&T needs to be responsible, and we should always have landlines. And I think the citizens of this county need to insist that they have landlines so that we keep that technology going just assuredly as they want to keep cell phone technology available. So there should be two available. It makes money, it creates jobs, and it keeps people like me, when I can use a landline, I don't have to suffer the consequences. And there are many more than just an aching arm. It's cancer. I have skin cancers. I try to keep my phone off as much as possible. It's really a horrendous thing that these technologies are bringing on to the people and causing these health problems. So thank you. I applaud you for this resolution.
Thank you.
And phone number again ending in 837.
837, you have 2 minutes. If you.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can hear you. Please, you have 2 minutes.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, hi. I have a landline as well, and I strongly believe in choice. I know landlines, the cell phone towers went down with the big Santa Rosa fire. I think there's a good reason to have landlines. Not everybody is comfortable with cell phones. A lot of the research and the findings are big industry funded, controlling our regulatory agencies. Who knows, in maybe 10 or 15 or 20 years or whenever, we're going to find out these things really aren't safe or haven't been safe enough. I think people deserve a choice. I think health concerns are very real concerns to people. A significant amount of the population is concerned about it. And I don't think we should just have something rammed down our throat. We're going to find out over time how serious these effects are. They may be quite serious. This is all about making money for big corporations like AT&T. I don't feel it's about the welfare of the people in the community. But I pray that we just don't have to be forced to have only cell phones as a means of communication. I don't want to use a cell phone all the time. I have to use it sometimes, but I don't want to be forced into using it all the time. And I'm not 80 years old either. But this is about choice and freedom. And we may find out these are quite dangerous. And I think that's unconstitutional to say that health concerns cannot be considered by the federal government's ruling there. That's not legal. Thank you very much, though, for listening.
Thank you.
Nobody else.
No other comments? We'll close public comment on this then. Supervisor Lopez, go right ahead.
So I didn't get a chance to make comments. I had a question, but so given now where we are, I just want to state that I'll be supporting this today, and I think it's important to state my whys. I think the questions brought up about rollout were completely accurate, but I want to be clear, I remain a Dr. Betty Sexton fan. I did, on the rollout of this particular effort for AT&T at the statewide level, I just think there was a lot more communication needed, and ending up where we are today, I want to continue to work with you to get the right information out there. But where we stand today with that date of the 19th and having seen other counties taking positions today with the statement that it's really their last chance before the due date of the 19th due to our Tuesday meetings, I think we need to move forward. For everyone that we represent, especially in the communities on that map of Arroyo Seco, and then looking to the far eastern portions, communities that don't really have a designation but are in those far fingers up against Fresno County. Remaining in service is critical. There is no cell reception out there, and I know we've looked together at the plans for future rollout of service. A lot of those areas aren't in those covered areas yet, or even in the planning phases yet, so it makes it hard to say, let's start working towards the removal without working towards the solution for the communities I represent. So for those reasons, I'm ready to support this today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I understand this is a conceptual concept out here at this point, so there aren't a lot of hard details and data with it, but that's the problem. It's too conceptual for this time. And this rollout, as we've talked about, has been bungled. And frankly, when something's bungled this badly, there's a price to pay for what is essentially corporate incompetence in the way this has been handled. So I'm firmly in favor of this myself. With that, we go to a vote unless there are any other comments that want to be made. Okay. All those in favor then, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion passes 4-0. Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, I would just, to Dr. Sexton, I would just ask that I look forward to helping to bring information to the community. I think we're all, based on the comments that I heard, as you begin to do outreach, please do reach out to us so that we can help amplify accurate information into the communities that we serve. Thank you.
We'll take up item 22, which is the public hearing, which I believe we continued from a couple weeks ago to consider adoption of ordinance amending Title 21 of the Monterey County Code to adapt a new Chapter 2192 for mitigation requirements for development of farmland in the inland and areas and unincorporated areas of the county.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Board and Chair Church. My name is Taylor Price, Associate Planner, joined by Melanie Beretti, Acting Chief of Planning. Today we will be presenting the proposed farmland mitigation ordinance and policy options staff drafted in response to board and public comments. The presentation will briefly summarize the February 27th board meeting, review the applicability of the county's proposed ordinance, the distinction between the California Environmental Quality Act and the ordinance, the consistent standards that the ordinance provides, and the policy options in attachment G. Staff requests today that the Board of Supervisors adopt regulations amending Title 21 to add Chapter 21.92, regulations to mitigate for development on farmland. Staff would like to summarize the February 27th, 2024 board meeting and the direction that was provided to staff at the meeting. The board requested staff provide clarification on the LAFCO policy, prepare options for reduced mitigation ratios when farmland conversion is occurring inside of community areas, rural centers, and affordable housing overlays. In addition, staff prepared reduced ratio options for consideration to allow for housing element sites and projects with greater density to have reductions to their base mitigation ratio. The county's proposed ordinance is only applicable to projects converting important farmland which consists of prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, unique farmland, and farmland of local importance in the unincorporated inland areas of the county. Annexations of land from the county to the cities are bound by the LAFCO process, which is governed by the Cortese-Knotts-Hertzberg Local Government Reorganization Act of 2000. Monterey County LAFCO recently adopted a revised policy for the preservation of open space and agricultural lands at their February 26 commission hearing. The policy LAFCO adopted will guide all annexation decisions by the LAFCO Commission. The LAFCO adopted policy allows for proposals involving more than 100 acres of farmland subject to mitigation to propose a phasing approach, as annexations can involve hundreds or thousands of acres of land. This phasing approach is not particularly relevant for the unincorporated county, as projects of that scale are unusual outside of the Monterey County LAFCO process. Further, requiring mitigation through a phased approach can result in lower ultimate mitigation ratios, as mitigation is piecemeal rather than completed at one time. In addition, the LAFCO policy allows a 1-to-1 mitigation ratio, which secret court cases have generally agreed is the lowest acceptable mitigation ratio to mitigate impacts to agricultural resources. But there are also CEQA cases that note that mitigation of just 1-to-1 is insufficient to mitigate impacts to agricultural resources. Finally, both the county's proposed ordinance and LAFCO use the same categories of important farmland with minor variations for timing. The California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA, requires that if agricultural lands such as prime, statewide importance, unique, and farmland of local importance is converted to non-agricultural uses, the lead agency analyze the impacts on agricultural resources. If the project impacts agricultural land, the lead agency needs to analyze the significance of the impact on agricultural resources. If a project is not required to mitigate through the county's ordinance, it may be required to address its impacts on agricultural resources through the CEQA process. The proposed ordinance will guide applicants when they are trying to mitigate impacts to agricultural resources. The proposed ordinance will provide applicants with consistent standards when proposing farmland conversion. Ultimately, providing applicants with consistent standards for mitigation will give them clarity for what the mitigation requirements are and will ensure that they are able to determine the required mitigation for their project through a standardized process. This option would further reduce the mitigation ratios for projects within a community area, rural center, or affordable housing overlay by an additional 0.125%. This means that for every acre of prime farmland being converted, the applicant would need to protect 1 3/8 acres of prime farmland. In addition, this means that for every acre of statewide unique and local farmland being converted, the applicant would need to protect 1 1/8 acre of statewide unique or local farmland. This option would give priority projects the opportunity to reduce their mitigation ratio. This would mean that these projects would occur on the farmland being converted to development. The first option would be a reduction of 0.125 to the base mitigation ratio for projects that achieve a gross density of 15 dwelling units per acre gross or greater. The second option would be a reduction of 0.125 to the base mitigation ratio for projects that are a site as identified in the housing element. The county's current sites inventory includes 3 sites that are zoned farmland, have an important farmland designation, and would require mitigation pursuant to the proposed ordinance. They have a total of 132 acres of prime farmland and 10 acres of statewide, unique, and local farmland. This option would further reduce the mitigation ratios for mitigation land that is located along the exterior boundary of a permanent growth boundary or permanent agricultural edge in board-approved MOAs and MOUs between the county and cities by an additional 0.125. This would ultimately mean that applicants could reduce their base mitigation ratio by up to a maximum of 0.25 if they find mitigation land along the exterior boundary of a permanent growth boundary or permanent agricultural edge. Staff would recommend that if the board chooses any of the prior options, that they also add this section to ensure that the mitigation ratio never falls below 1-to-1. Staff would recommend adding this section because in the prior draft, there were very few instances where applicants could achieve a 1-to-1 or lower ratio with reductions. However, if the board chooses to add any of the prior options, applicants will have additional opportunity to drop below a 1-to-1 mitigation ratio. Staff requests that the Board of Supervisors find the ordinance categorically exempt from SEQA review pursuant to Section 15308, Actions by Regulatory Agencies for Protections of the Environment. Staff requests that the Board of Supervisors find and consider the ordinance consistent within the scope of the previously certified final environmental impact report for the 2010 General Plan pursuant to Section 15162. Staff requests that the Board of Supervisors adopt an ordinance adding Chapter 21.92, establishing regulations to mitigate for development on farmland. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Before we go out to the public, are there any questions from any of the members of the board? Seeing none. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this in the chambers? Welcome back, Mr. Groot.
Norm Groot for Farm Bureau Monterey, and as I've said before, we are in support of the compromise that was reached to come to this agreement for the ordinance, if we have to have an ordinance. I mean, that's the question that we're having here, because there are consequences that come from this, and I should disclose, too, that I served on the Ag Advisory Ad Hoc Committee and spent 19 months of my life going through this process, and appreciate Melanie and Taylor going through this with us, as well as their responsiveness to your questions last time around. There are consequences, and I think this really impacts how much developers are going to have to go through for change of use, as well as development of housing projects, which we all know we need. And we all realize in the ag community that we do need those, and we want to have that opportunity if there is farmland that can be and should be converted to another use. The unintended consequences here are also something we have to consider, and that is possibly some land use or land value loss, because these costs are going to be placed on the developers for mitigation, for conservation easements, for deed restrictions, and ultimately, if they can't find those, in lieu payment of fees. So I think there's a lot to consider here, and again, we support the compromise because we spent a lot of time going through this, and I really appreciate all the stakeholders that came to all our subcommittee meetings and expressed their concerns as well as their suggestions to make this work. But the question here really is if we need this, because we have very well-defined urban boundary lines, and the idea is not to create hopscotch development, but to do it in a controlled manner. So up to your consideration, but I think there are a lot of things that have to be considered here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Del Piero.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. First of all, you have staff in your planning department that really deserves an applause, because the amount of work that the two people sitting to my right did over the course of the last 2 years is truly Herculean. And the quality of the work that they produced was really exceptional. So I say that because it's important, I think, a lot of times, at least I used to think so, for members of the Board of Supervisors to hear the quality of the work and the appreciation for the work done by your staff from members of the public. We support the original recommendation that was here 2 weeks ago. That compromise, as Norm pointed out, was achieved over 19 months. It received ultimately a unanimous vote from the Ag Advisory Board and from your County Planning Commission. The requirement for mitigation of loss of farmland pursuant to CEQA was clearly identified back in 2014, and it hasn't changed since then. This ordinance only applies in the unincorporated area of the county. It doesn't apply to annexations. We all know how hard it is to generate new jobs in this county. Preserving farmland guarantees the preservation of blue-collar and no-collar jobs here, and particularly with revolutions that are taking place in terms of AI and soon to becoming AGI, the need to ensure employment opportunities for our residents here in the agribusiness and in agriculture becomes ever more important with the urban sprawl that's taking place in other parts of the state. We strongly encourage your board to adopt the compromise that was initially presented to you. Thank you.
Anybody else in chambers? Anybody online?
Phone number ending in 705.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, I strongly object to any so-called mitigation of farmland. We are eating ourselves out of house and home. And when we start building on farmland, we are ending our ability to independently make food for ourselves. And Salinas is the salad bowl of the world. So any kind of compromise or so-called mitigation that we're going to build so much and you're going to get so many acres of farmland is so dangerous to all of us. This should be cast out, and we should protect our farmland 100% as it is. And people who want to come here, I'm sorry, you can't have the whole world here. It's just impossible. And so you don't make more jobs, you just give the jobs that are already here for the people working. And when that's just something that has to happen because it's going to happen anyway, unless we want from Los Angeles all the way up to Vancouver to be one big city. And people need to control their birth control and not have so many children. That's a ruthless fact that we all have to face. And to build out ourselves just in the name of jobs and because more people need to live here and we need more housing and less farmland, it's not going to work. So I urge you to protect the farmland 100%. Because it is the salad bowl of the world and it's feeding millions of people all over the world, and that's a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online?
Mike?
Yes, Mike, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Mike Novo. I'm speaking for myself. Just wanted to point out in response to Mr. Groot that I think the ordinance is very important to have. It gives certainty to developers and to agricultural farm owners as to what's going to be required by the county, gives direction to staff as to what to apply. If you don't have the ordinance, you're doing it on an ad hoc basis and it can be all over the place. And I think it's much better to have certainty in my experience. So thank you for the comments. And you also have exceptions for affordable housing built into the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters? Okay. We'll close public comment on this, bring it back. I'm going to state, I look at this as an opportunity to save some farmland, and as we do housing as well. The one item on here on the options that I want to throw out as something that I would support as a change is there's 15, as a density of 15 dwellings per acre onto here. I feel it would be better to have that at 20 for a couple of different reasons. One, it's going to encourage smaller homes and which would mean more affordable homes, which would perhaps even be more than that per acre. It also it gives another option besides affordable homes having to be all deed restricted at 20 homes per acre or more. There is an option of not having it deed restricted. I know deed restriction is a way to keep homes affordable, but there's a downside to it as well, and that it impacts the working people who buy these homes from building wealth through their homes, which is really the traditional way most people have moved into the middle class. So that would be one change that I would see on this. Otherwise, I'd be supportive of it.
Can you clarify that last piece for me again?
Yeah, it's under options.
So it was a deed restriction or no deed restriction?
No, well, it's no deed restriction at 20. At 20 homes or more, you don't have to have it deed restricted according to the state law.
Okay.
Yep, go right ahead.
Yeah, so Yeah, is there a slide that would give us the options that were laid out by staff today, or are they all separated by different slides? 2 slides, right? Can we get those up? So overall, I want to just share, I think having this out there for clarity for folks who are applying for home production is necessary. We met last week, I shared earlier, as a board to talk about our priorities, and one of those was building housing, right? And we recognize the challenge that we have in terms of the number that's been allocated to us through our regional efforts, through AMBAG, and that number's real. And if we continue to not have a sharing ability with our partners, meaning cities in development, we're going to end up with a very big expectation on us with potential sticks at the end of that. So I want to be realistic. I like some of the options laid out here. I don't know that I could support going to 20. I like the 15 because of the conversation last week, but just, to push back just gently on some of the public comment, when the people who create the food that we're proud to call ourselves a salad bowl of the world because of cannot afford to live here, we have a big problem, and that is the reality that we're living today. And when folks show up to our town halls and share that they've been renting a laundry room for $750 and they're being evicted from the laundry room, it's a very real problem that I see on the streets. And so I believe there is a fair balance here, and I think we have to get there. I think homeownership continues to be the dream. Somebody recently asked me if I believe we were at the point now where we could state that new generations, including my own, should no longer expect to own a home moving forward, that they should be comfortable being renters for life. I'm not there. And I get that it's a delicate balance, and we live in a beautiful place. But most importantly, we have to take care of the people who do the work that we're so proud to brand ourselves with and be part of this community that we live in. And we need to give them a piece for themselves. As we do this, though, there are smart ways to do it. And I think a lot of that was set in motion by our predecessors, including, as I did last time, shout out to Louis Calcagno for those limits on the growth boundaries for communities like Gonzales and Soledad that I know we get frustrated by, but we've been able to stay within those lines and still have a lot of room to grow and go in creating build out for those communities. But there's other places like Chular who are demanding and wanting a community plan to have their own growth that we're going to hit as part of these plans, at least a clear designation of where that growth should happen. I have to throw out one more time because I've got the bully pulpit, San Lucas. If we clean the water, we could build more homes there too, and there's a lot less prime farmland in that region. So let's fix the water for San Lucas and get that needle moving. Shout out to Zoe Lofgren for getting us $1 million last week towards that effort. So on the options laid out for us today as potential additions, I'm supportive of what's laid out here. The reduction for the housing element, if you could take me to the second slide. I know the 15, I would be supportive at the 15. And for priority projects, I think based on our conversation last week, I'd be supportive. And then there was a second slide here with options as well. So with the floor at 1 and these different pieces, I think if these were in play, it could get my full support. I think I've had my conversations with folks. They're still not going to be completely happy. It's been a lot of back and forth. Most would prefer just not to have this and have each project be judged on its own merits. But I am supportive of having at least some framework, and I think this provides that. I would prefer to see these options put into play as part of that, and that could gain my support for it. Thank you.
Thank you. So just in response to the conversation about whether we need to have a policy or not, our general plan, goal AG1 of the 2010 general plan agricultural element is to preserve, protect, and enhance farmland to maintain the productivity and viability of the county's agricultural industry. Specifically, agricultural element policy AG-1.2 specifically requires that the county prepare, adopt, and implement a policy that requires projects involving a change of land use designation resulting in the loss of important farmland to mitigate the loss of that acreage. So this is a requirement. We're long overdue in getting it to the board for adoption, and it is something that is required for this county to be in compliance with our general plan. So thank you to staff for the tremendous work. It's not often that we have, Del Piero and Groot standing here telling us we support what's in front of you. I did open the door last week or 2 weeks ago when this initially came, asking if there were some opportunities for additional reductions to the base mitigation ratio. However, having heard from folks since that meeting, I'm comfortable making a motion to support the initial mitigation policy as originally drafted by staff that went through a very in-depth process to get feedback and support from the community. And I think that will move us one step closer to addressing many of the unmet mitigations from our 2010 general plan. And with that, I'll make a motion to support the original policy as drafted.
You will take us, if I second it, will you take the amendment of going to 20, which 20 units, which in this case would allow a third more housing per acre. So we have to have less ag land mitigation because there'll be more housing and it's more affordable.
How about this, Glenn? I would say that if we're going to provide, so someone could still build at 15, they could still build at 20, but in order to get the reduction to the base mitigation ratio, I'd love to see us go to 25 or 30. I think if we're going to talk about small houses, if we're going to talk about housing that is affordable by design, and someone's going to qualify for a base mitigation reduction, I want to see that land used as productively as possible. If you look at a map and picture of what 15 or 20 units is, you're still talking single family homes. You're not talking about the type of density that we're going to have to move to. So I'd throw 25 at you, but
my argument is very, it's clear onto there at 20. You open up other options on deed restricted or not. It also, people can build 5 homes if they want. We're giving them a benefit, and 15 homes I don't think is serving enough onto it. So, I'll make a substitute motion. I beg that may not be a second here, but I'll make a substitute motion to approve this with 20 homes.
So the base mitigation ratio for projects that achieve a gross density of 20 homes per acre would receive the base mitigation ratio. If 20 is as low as you want to go, I'm happy to have that as a friendly amendment.
Comment?
Yeah, if we may, through the chair, we just wanted to, for the discussion around density, just provide a little concept. So one, just acknowledging that what we're talking about here is the original ordinance plus a proposal to add a reduction in base mitigation ratio if you achieve a certain density. And we wanted to see if we could share, just so that everybody has an image of what these densities look like. We have, if you can share the HDMI cord, would be great. Just so you know, we're talking about and just for some context, one of the reasons staff came out the gate with 15 units per acre was largely due to kind of the realities of building and the challenges of building in our unincorporated communities where we have severely limited water and wastewater infrastructure. And so that was some of the basis. And then also just reflecting on, in more of an unincorporated area, just what 20 units per acre versus 15 units per acre look like. So we just wanted to be able to share a couple of images for this group, and happy to go with the recommendation of the board.
Of course, the images you're presenting are think the same size of homes on different pictures here, essentially. So, with more densities, increased density, there's going to be smaller homes. So, I don't know if the picture's 100% accurate into that way, but I appreciate you putting it up. I'm sorry, Supervisor, you said you would support that, or no?
If 20 is your bottom line, I'd prefer to see us say 25 as a minimum. But if 20 is as low as you're willing to go, I want to see the housing built. And I think that by increasing the density, and we're saying you get a benefit when you increase density. By default, you're getting smaller homes, and you're having a greater utilization of the property that you're building on. So that's where I'm coming from. I think we want the same thing, but if 20 is the number, I'll support 20.
I'd be happy to go with 25, but I'm afraid it might be just pushing a little too much, but Supervisor Adams, maybe you want to weigh in.
I just want to ask the question whether or not, if at 20, would those be with or without deed restriction?
There is an option either way, my understanding, according to state law.
Okay.
Maybe I'll restate the motion. So I'll restate my motion. I'm supporting with the friendly amendment, the staff recommendation for the ordinance as drafted with the addition of a reduction of 0.125 to the base mitigation ratio for projects that achieve a gross density of 25 dwelling units per acre gross or greater.
I'll go with 25 if that's what it takes to get this through.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion and a second.
Okay.
And if I could just interject, is staff very clear on what the board is directing here? Because this is not the signed ordinance that the board's looking at. So I want to make sure we're very clear, because that's what is going to be adopted, and we'll need to finalize that ordinance for signature.
Yes, we would look at the amendment option that just added the language with regards to density. We would use that language, but we would use 25 units per acre gross as opposed to 15.
And just for the public's benefit, if you look at attachment G, this is a new section E that is different than the original ordinance.
The addition, the 20 is the E.
It's in
25, right?
attachment G, it's a new section E, and that's the piece that speaks on the density piece.
Got it.
Forgive me, Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Del Piero, but I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Groot, is that correct? Both the Farm Bureau and the Ag Land Trust agree with the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there any other comments? No? Okay, we'll put this to.
Could we do an increase if there's an HOA? Too soon for East Garrison? It was a joke about East Garrison and HOA. Can we increase the requirement if they want an HOA? We'll reduce it if they don't have an HOA. Too soon? Sorry.
This is not a competition, nor is it a bargaining table.
We're all getting a little punchy here at the end of the day, I think. So,
Way too soon.
We put this to a vote then with the as a motion stated, and the only change on the recommendation being from 15 to 25. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion passes 3-1. With that, we can go on to Sonia's De La Rosa's report.
Yes, so continuing our celebrating our departments and the good work that they're doing, I do want to thank all of our departments for participating in our strategic planning meeting last week. It was a public meeting, and we did have participation from members of our public, and we were able to come up with draft strategic goals and key objectives. So those will be coming back at a later date for review once our department heads have had a chance to review, and also our board. But in addition to that, just wanted to recognize the work by our Auditor Controller's Office and the preparation of our annual comprehensive financial report. They did earn a certificate of achievement of excellence in reporting that is instrumental in strengthening the county's credit rating and fiscal transparency. In addition to that, they also calculated and distributed annual $1 billion in property taxes to 200 agencies countywide. And they recouped over $600,000 and recommended improved processes and achieved cost savings countywide through the internal audit projects. Lastly, they did successfully and continuously process biweekly payroll of 5,500 employees and conform with the federal and state W-2 and other tax reporting requirements. So that's all the good work and much more from our Auditor Controller's Office. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll then move on to new referrals.
We did receive a new referral from Supervisor Church, and it was for the maintenance of Little Bear Creek permits and floodplain issues. The purpose is to analyze and address floodplain issues in the Little Bear Creek area and to address expedited permit processes for cleaning and long-term maintenance of Little Bear Creek. And this is associated with the Bolsa Knolls area. And it's been assigned to Public Works, but it's a collaboration between multiple departments.
And the next item, 25, is a preliminary analysis report on response to board referral number 2024.1.
She's online. Cindy Bernan.
Hi, good afternoon. Oh, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
So I'm just providing a preliminary report regarding the referral on spay, neuter, and pet surrender education. It's identifying that we're providing some community education on topics such as spay, neuter, and pet abandonment, and that there's more opportunities to have more community education made available to the public by partnering with local groups. And so at this time, we do not have a projected cost. We are planning to come back in May with a feasibility assessment to look at what it would take to implement such a program and oversee such a program, and really what that entails as far as what are some community needs, what are some potential partnerships, and what would already supplement what the department's already doing. And with that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions from the board?
No questions, just a comment. Thank you, Cindy. I look forward to the full report coming back. I think for me, I'm seeing it largely in the same vein as the spay and neuter piece, so I'm hoping it's not what I've seen happen before where we dream up, well, we need to create a bunch of positions in order to do this. I'm not looking for that. I'm hoping we can stay in that same vein. And to the point of funding, I know we've had positions to do the messaging. Not looking for a multi-year. I know we're halfway through a year now where those positions haven't been filled, not looking for big numbers. So again, I'm hoping we can keep it simple and not get too complicated. Thank you.
Question? On this?
Supervisor.
So, well, back in the day, I remember, but if the county had a dedicated grant writer for all departments, would that position be able to accomplish what this referral is recommending? Is it about grant writing or about working more, excuse me, or working more closely with nonprofits?
It's the intent of the referral is to work more closely with nonprofits, specifically around, we don't currently message how to properly surrender your pet. We just tell folks, don't dump your pet, but we don't say, here's how you properly surrender and where to drop them off and what the hours are and all those pieces. So instead, at this point, we're intended to hire someone to do that messaging, but we haven't been able to. We have nonprofit partners who've built communities and relationships throughout the entire county that they could use to leverage that messaging and get us, I think, into places we're not currently at to get that addressed. So hopefully we're dealing with less recovery out in the community, especially in places like San Lucas, San Bernardino. If folks knew how to properly surrender their pet in that unfortunate instance, they could do it appropriately. And also understanding what the expectations are of them as owners, right? The chipping, the vaccinating. Most folks don't even know they're legally required to. They just bought a pet from somebody and they've got them. So I think we're missing some of the public messaging outward that I'd like to see happen with some of the funding we have set aside for positions we haven't been able to fill.
If I can clarify, we do have a current position of an education and volunteer coordinator that has been filled. We've been working to ramp up our volunteer program post-COVID. So happy to report that we've got 80+ volunteers and growing. Part of those volunteers do want to now help us go out and provide community outreach. And we have received a grant funding of over $90,000 specifically to increase our community outreach in the community. We've needed things like literally just getting the tables and the pop-ups and the brochures and the flyers and getting all of the things that can help us go out and push that into the community. We just had a volunteer orientation on Saturday with 14 new folks that most of which want to go out and help us out in the community. So we are actively working on that. We are trying to and have requested an additional position to help us even further manage that. That's a lot of relationship building and coordination.
Thank you, Cindy. With that, we'll move on to board comments. Supervisor Askew, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, gosh, it's been a couple weeks since we've met, but we had a really a fantastic town hall in Seaside on February 28th to provide information about what we're calling the Broadway Family Connections Project. We had presentations from District Attorney Paccioni about the Family Justice Center, our Library Director Hillary Thayer about the incredible services that are provided by the Seaside branch of the Monterey County Free Libraries, Social Services Director Lori Medina, and her team were there to talk about the work that social services provides in the community. We referenced child support services. We had our public works team, including Assistant Director Lindsay Larrable and Project Manager Dave Pratt present. And we also had a special presentation from Community Human Services in partnership with Gatherings for Women. They've been just really great at the table as we look at options for the continuation of Casa de Noche Buena shelter on that site to ensure that we continue that commitment that the county has for those shelter beds. We had, I don't know the word, the room was full. We've packed the Oldemire Center. Sonia De La Rosa, our CAO, came out, as well as a number of other department heads. And by and large, there were many questions that the community had, but there was a lot of excitement and enthusiasm about what the vision that was laid out and an understanding of the need that we have to work together to move this project forward. With that, I'll say we're having our next community town hall Wednesdays with Wendy. It's our virtual online community meeting. It'll be on April 3rd from 5:30 to 6:30, and we have representatives from Monterey County Military and Veterans Services who are going to be there to talk about the many programs and services available to veterans and their families in our community. And I also wanted to just thank all of the folks at Monterey County Department of Elections. They've been hard at work making sure that every single vote gets counted, as well as all of the poll workers who volunteer to be present to make sure that we have accessible democratic elections here in Monterey County. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. On Saturday, March 9th, 2024, the Monterey High School Balls basketball team beat Chatsworth 74-66 for the state championship. They won 5 consecutive road games leading up to the championship and became the first basketball team in county history for the last 32 years to win a state championship. They are the second basketball team to ever, from our county, to ever win a basketball championship. And I hope to be able to organize a thank you and an acknowledgement for them here in Chambers in the next few weeks. We also just had a sad circumstance on February 20th. We lost a beloved 52-year-old community leader, Brian Bajari, who was CEO of the nonprofit Sparrow Challenge, which advocated youth humanitarian initiatives in Monterey County, Monterey County schools. He went to our Robert Louis Stevenson School and was just he died unexpectedly while on vacation with his family. So it's a very sad loss for everyone, but especially his family. There will be a celebration of life on Saturday, March 16th at 1 o'clock at Monterey High School. And I mentioned this now, though I must admit I was going to do it as to adjourn in memory of him, but it came forward to my mind right now. We're going to have I'm looking forward to the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce annual membership luncheon this Friday, and Saturday is the Carmel Valley Association annual spring meeting. I also had the opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. for the Association of California Water Agency Conference through my role in the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, and it was really interesting, had some very good meetings, and it was an enjoyable and really well, it worked out really well to be there. So that's it, and I will still make my comment at the end. Thanks.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to share, obviously, last weekend we had a massive incident in King City that cost 4 lives to gun violence, and our prayers remain with the families. There was a vigil in King City after, and I want to thank Supervisor Alejo for coming down to join our community for that event. But we continue to support law enforcement as they do everything they can to bring those who perpetrated that crime to justice. And I know that our Sheriff's Department has been largely a huge presence in the community of King ever since that Sunday night shooting. And so I want to thank Sheriff Nieto and her team for being present, as well as the FBI and the U.S. Marshals who've had folks on the ground making sure that everything gets combed through with a fine-tooth comb. But while there's that negative piece out there, and we want to make sure that those who perpetrated the crime are brought to justice, I do want to highlight the good things as well. The night before that happened in our community, our King City High School boys Mustang soccer team won the state championship for the Northern California division. And so we want to congratulate them and lift up their achievement. And that very same night, over $250,000 were raised to launch a brand new facility for First Tee in King City. You know, our communities are not immune to a lot of the violence that exists in our country, but I think our response is unique in that we come together and we lift up solutions. And so I see a lot of those solutions that have already been in place becoming even stronger. And I continue to encourage community to reclaim public spaces. I know there's a lot of fear and anxiety right now, and I want our community to know that resources are available, especially through our library system and our behavioral health system, for anybody who has any crippling anxiety or stress in your life due to this event that occurred. And I want to make sure you know that the resources are there for you to reach out and get plugged in. It can be through the library system, through our behavioral health department, or any other avenue. The county remains open to you. But largely, thank you to my colleagues for keeping us in your thoughts and prayers and sending us the resources necessary to address this unfortunate violence in our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'll be very brief. This Thursday, we're having our first town hall. It's essentially for the community of Oak Hills, although the meeting is taking place in Castroville at the Castroville Rec Center. This is at 5:30 on this Thursday. Anybody can attend, but it's specifically people from Oak Hills have been invited. I'm not going to go on with much of any more. I want to read out from our county council.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There's no reportable items for today.
And I know Supervisor Adams wants to say a few words in memory of Brian Bajari, but I would like to say, you know, when we adjourn the meeting here today, it'll be in memory of Brian Bajari and for the victims of King City.
Thank you very much for that. And just final comments about Brian. He was a Carmel resident and a longtime pastor who was well known for his work in bringing worship services to the homeless and volunteering for numerous groups. As I indicated before, he died suddenly of an unexpected, unspecified health condition. I believe it was a heart-related issue. He served as pastor at the Carmel Presbyterian Church for more than 10 years, was the CEO and founder of Spiro Challenge, a community service nonprofit led by youth. He was also the development director for Set Free Monterey Bay, an organization that provides services to women who are the victims of sex trafficking. A full-service officiant, Bajari Brian also performed over 400 weddings throughout Monterey and San Francisco Bay Area. He is the father of 4 children and was especially loved in the beach volleyball community. And as I mentioned, his service will be this Saturday, March 16th at 1 o'clock at Monterey High School. And I appreciate your allowing me to add some additional comments. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And this meeting is adjourned at 2 minutes before 5.
Well done, you.